That's a good tip. Thank you, Mike. That probably got the one you needed.
Mine's a little stiff. I suppose when they clean, they rotate it. Yeah. This one's a little bit too stiff, or what I'm more used to. Trying to figure out what goes with which.
Sure that was it.
That must go with this. Do you have one that looks like this, Tony?
Well, I don't know if you missed the 6 o'clock. Yeah, you might have missed the 6.
Well, it's 6 o'clock, so I'll call to order this regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council, February 5th, 2024. First item is approval of the agenda. So moved. First by Becca,
I do have a question on
second
the
by
agenda.
Preston. Go ahead, Aaron.
Last meeting, we talked about the cabs and the taxis during a work session, which was not open, didn't allow the public to necessarily participate in that discussion. I guess we're showing that we're going right into a first reading. I guess typically we have a discussion that the city can normally be involved in for that meeting before we go into a first reading. So that was my question.
And I think we have substantial changes. We can certainly give a second first reading, or if there's enough discussion, I think that's certainly plausible for sure. Eric, you're reaching for your,
Statutorily, it's only 2 readings are required. I mean, the city
Yeah.
usually had a discussion phase just to kind of add another element to that. That's more on the city. And we can switch it to a discussion
Yep.
rather than a first reading and kind of keep kicking it, pushing it down the road. And if there's substantive changes on the first reading, then,
there'd be a second first reading.
yeah.
Yep. We did have a first and a second on the floor. There has been discussion about changing first reading of the pedicabs to discussion. Is there any further motion or further discussion?
I'd make a substitute motion to approve the agenda with the change to the pedicab ordinance just being a discussion tonight.
And the taxi one, I think there's 2 of them.
So we have a substitute motion, an amendment to the motion from first reading to discussion.
And I'll second the amendment.
And there's a second to that amendment. Any other discussion on the agenda? I believe we vote on the amendment first. We have a first and a second on that. All those in favor of the motion with the amendment, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no.
No.
That motion has a 7-1, so that motion carries. The original motion of the approval of the agenda as is. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 You want to change, Tony?
Yes, sorry, no.
So we have a only by Angela in the affirmative. Right. Well, I believe so, which is basically passed the way it is. So I agree with that. So we had an amended approval of the agenda.
Now we want to approve amendment with the rest of the agenda.
Oh.
So
Okay.
the first motion was just for that amendment, the addition to that, to the difference in the agenda, and then you should approve the agenda with the amendment. That's how I understand. Is that how you?
Eric, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So
Yeah.
exactly.
The first vote is to essentially
Add
attach
the
the
amendment.
agenda
Yep.
of the amendment, and then the second vote is the actual
So I
final
misspoke when on the motion of amended approval of the agenda. So with the amendment being passed, we'll have the new motion, which is all those would be in favor would be for the amended approval of the agenda with discussion being added. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed to no?
No.
That motion carries 7-1. We got an agenda. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I thought we had to be in general session.
We still are, Mike, right now. Oh, okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of the nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is the motion for executive session. Nope, you're right. It is a little awkward for sure without anybody here.
I move to go into executive session.
First by Becca,
Second.
a second by Angela. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We're into exec. regular session. First item for the open meeting is informational reports, and we have Mr. Huber here from the Black Hills Area Community Foundation. Appreciate your patience, everyone. And Chris, I'll welcome you to the microphone. And
Do you have any printed copies of the agenda?
we can get some. Go ahead, Chris.
All right, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Chris Huber. I'm the CEO of the Black Hills Area Community Foundation. Here to talk to you a little bit about the Sturgis Rally Endowment that was set up starting in 2001 at the Community Foundation. So a little bit about our organization. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We serve the 7-county area of the Black Hills. We hold funds for charitable purposes. We work with donors. And then we also do some community initiatives as well. This endowment was set up in 2021, and it started with a contribution from the city of Sturgis. We had a endowment matching campaign going on at that time, and so we actually put in $20,000 of the Black Hills Area Community Foundation dollars to help build up that endowment. Our endowment program, we have 135 endowments that we hold for 90 organizations all across the Black Hills. And so these are all charitable purposes that we set up to really start a seed, right? Plant a seed so it grows into something larger over time. Endowments are held in perpetuity at the Black Hills Area Community Foundation. So we invest those funds for the organization, and then the organization can take a distribution of up to 5% annually. Generally, again, these are meant to sit for a while, right? You want to garner the power of compounding interest, let it grow, and then it'll be a perpetual tool for your organization to use into the future. We calculate the distribution percentage on a 16-quarter rolling average, and so we look back 4 years to the average of the fund, and then you're able to take annually up to 5%. Our board decides between 4 and 5% of what the max distribution is from the fund. Those will come out here in next week, so you'll be able to see what your distribution is. Looking at it, I think it's about $6,800, and again, that's because of that 16-quarter rolling average. With that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Chris, with that $6,800 that you put out there, what does that give for the total of the fund approximately currently?
Yeah, so the total of the fund today is $283,639. Again, because of that 16-quarter rolling average, it's not just 5% of that, right? We want these funds to grow over time, and we use a 16-quarter rolling average also to kind of balance out the market. So in down years, you're not going to get a 10% cut in your distribution. The same way, though, in up years, you're not going to get a 10% increase in your distribution. You're going to see steady increases over time.
Hey, Chris, great plan. You know, the 4-to-1 match is a pretty cool deal to be able to build that on the start. The process of drawing from, are those plans, those procedures part of the Black Hills Community Foundation, or are those generated by the organization that has ownership of the?
Yeah, those are generated by the organization that has ownership of it. So we're sending those to the finance office now. So the finance office is the one that'll get that letter, just like they're getting the quarterly statements from us. Generally, you know, we hold these for a lot of 501c3s. And so generally it's the board of the 501c3 that's making those decisions. In the case of a municipality, in the case of a municipality, I could see, you know, the mayor, a member of the president of the city council maybe, and the finance office getting together and making those decisions. But it's up to the agency to decide if and when they'll take that distribution.
Do we need to keep up on that? For example, I mean, congratulations, Faye, but this is her last meeting, so.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those
And-
will continue to go to the finance office. I believe we have Adam on there as well. And so if you have additional advisors that you would like to put on there, you'll have to get those names to Adam. Adam will then get them to us, and then we can add additional names as advisors.
Or remove
Yeah,
people.
remove Faye, yeah. Yeah.
Kevin, I think that council could have an action that states, we want to build this fund to X amount before any distributions are considered, or there can be some direction set by this council and a future council, in fact, that says this is kind of the plan of this from our side.
Yeah, when it comes down to actual distribution, maybe that's part of our budget process, right? We're looking at means of finance and expenses, and depending on what we're going to use it for and what we can't use it for, that might be one of those means of finances that are tied in. We're going through that process. Then the whole council's kind of involved in that.
And the purpose of the fund was to set up a situation where Rally Charities Foundation could receive those funds versus the general fund money, so.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I've actually got the purpose here in the fund agreement, so it's whose mission is to provide a protected, sustained, long-term resource for grants that would support the Sturgis area.
There's been discussion about one of our means of funding process, for this endowment has been a deferred donation. That's not something that you also track, is it? You only track the hard dollars that are going into the,
That's correct. Yeah, we work with we call them legacy donors, right? And we work with a lot of those legacy donors. We set up funds for them so that, maybe their estate comes to the Black Hills Area Community Foundation, then we distribute it according to their wishes. But those can change over time, and so we continue to engage those individuals. In this case, we haven't engaged that individual at all. Other than what I've read in the newspaper.
so by they can change, you're meaning as you work with these legacy donors year by year, they make changes to them?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, just like somebody updates their will or their estate plan, they'll update kind of their intentions of the fund with us.
Thank you.
Is there a history of a donor all of a sudden cancer? There we go. Is there any history of a sponsor or of a donor pulling their portion of the foundation away? What happens to the endowment then?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Once the dollars are received into the Black Hills Area Community Foundation, they can't be pulled away.
But I'll make an example. Let's say I was a good guy and I gave 20% of my death value to the foundation, but it's only attributable upon my death. You don't get any hard money till they get a death certificate. What happens then? How does that work?
Yeah, so we don't have an agreement with that donor. Again, we only know about the assets that are coming in. If there
Hard
are-
assets.
Yeah, if there are no assets coming in, we don't have an agreement with those
So
individuals.
no future tangibles allowed.
Not on their calculations.
Yeah,
Their calculations
yeah,
are
I
hard
think-
money only.
Yeah,
The 283 is hard
Right.
money invested,
hard money invested.
Yes.
That's correct.
not any legacy gifts, Mike.
No.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Chris, the same situation with the Lakeside Endowment?
That's an endowment. That's a fiscal sponsorship fund, and so this is a different kind of fund, right? It's not a it's not something that you can have access to the entire amount for that fund. And so different type of fund. We set it up for organizations that maybe don't have a 501c3 status or are doing a short-term project. And so the full amount would be available to the advisors for the specific purpose the fund was set up for. So different type of fund.
And probably not eligible for the 4-to-1 matching.
Not eligible to the 4-to-1 matching because it's not endowed. It's not held in perpetuity at the Black Hills Area Community Foundation. And this is a bit different in who contributed to the fund, right? The city didn't contribute to the Sturgis Lakeside Adventure Park. That was individual outside donors. And so when you're thinking about it for accounting, the endowed fund is an asset that we hold for you, right? So it's still your asset. We hold it as a contra asset on our books. So it's both an asset and a liability on our books. The Sturgis Lakeside Adventure Park is an asset of the Black Hills Area Community Foundation for the purpose of the Sturgis Lakeside Adventure Park. And so those donations came into us. You used our 501c3 status. Those donors got tax deduction if they wish. They got a tax receipt from us. And then as we work with the advisors moving forward, we will distribute those dollars to the charitable purpose that's been set up.
But what is that current balance, for clarity?
Yeah, so the current balance there is $114,871.39. And again, these are sent. I believe the advisors are the finance office. Statements are sent quarterly.
And like the endowment itself, this fund pledges in the future, is my understanding, through some outside entities. So not received hard money yet by the foundation.
Yep, this is hard money into the foundation. We don't count the pledges or the legacy gifts as in your total there.
Same sort of process for drawing on that?
This would be the advisors that could draw on it, but again, the full amount would be available as long as it's for the purpose that was set up in the fund. And the purpose for this one is for the support of a new lakeside adventure park at the city of Sturgis.
Any other questions for Chris from council? Appreciate your time, sir.
Great, thank you all.
Item 7 is non-agenda matters that come before the council. Opportunity for items that are not on the agenda to be spoke about briefly, both from the council side and from the public side. I do have one concerning some surplus property of silver coins. I think for clarity, I think it should be known that in the near future, hopefully on February 20th, which would be our next meeting instead of Monday, it would be on Tuesday after President's Day, that a resolution comes forward with some options for council to surplus, for which way to liquidate the surplus property. So we'll tackle that as a resolution at the next meeting and move forward from there on what council chooses to do. Does any other council members have any additions for other matters? How about anybody in the public for non-agenda items?
Bernie Usera. Some time ago, Councilman Kevin Forrester presented questions to the city government concerning the sale of city-owned motorcycles at Mecum Auctions. And I am wondering, were these questions ever answered to Kevin? And if so, can I get a copy of the answers to the questions?
Answers have not been completely provided yet. Through the recommendation of Legal and Finance Committee, it was felt that it falls underneath the personnel. I think we can certainly bring a lot of the information forward, but I think that where the directions landed is that the specific questions and the specific answers would fall under personnel. So would remain not as a public document in its entirety.
But is there any part of it that can go to the public?
Certainly, yep.
And when can we expect that then?
Mr. Marshall is out for a little bit here, but hopefully very, very soon.
Okay,
And we will continue to update accordingly.
all right. I just want to see what's going on there. Thank you.
Yep. Any other matters? Non-agenda.
Rochelle Brook, representing Sturgis Soccer Association tonight, apparently. That's the hat tonight. I'd come at the beginning of the year mentioning a sports commission type thing. And we had met with a lot of the youth sports leaders, and they'd be willing to sit on a board, so it would just be cohesive with timing, scheduling, co-op working together. And I was coming tonight to wonder if a city council would have a representative sit on that. It would keep in touch and identify some of the needs that we need to fill within the sports world for youth, and just allow you guys to be on front lines and seeing what's happening with the youth sports. So pretty simple tonight, asking for a representative. Thinking of meeting 3 times or 4 times a year, and that's about it, unless something arises above that.
This was a topic that I was, when we get into the, just for the council's information, when we get into the 2024 goals and objectives, that, you know, my recommendation was going to be to make an addition to that was in preparation for our comprehensive strategic plan that we're really going to kind of get into more next year, that we use 2024 as basically an opportunity to engage with the public to kind of figure out where we're at right now and where we want to go. Part of that was based on when Rochelle brought that recommendation up about having this committee to kind of do essentially that. And, you know, I've also talked to the Senior Citizens Committee and asked them to do the same, you know, look at seniors in our community, what kind of environment we have right now for them. Is that good? Is that not so good? If it's not so good, what should that be? So again, the addition here, and I'll talk more about it when we get to that, is to be able to start some of those actions here in 2024, to have that engagement with the people of Sturgis, with different types of stakeholders, parks, recreation, seniors, other stakeholders, and kind of feel for where we're at, where we want to go. Just start having the discussion. No action, you know, no final decisions. That will come through when we start doing the comprehensive plan that will also involve the community. But I think the opportunity to have that conversation should start here in 2024. And it kind of fits along with what you're talking about, Rochelle.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping that we have somebody that will be a part of that.
I don't see any action items. I don't know why it would be a board of action items. You know, I don't think we would hold that power. It would just be a way to stay in touch with each other. I know we had basketball last weekend and it took over our town. We have wrestling coming up pretty soon, or did it happen already? You know, and just knowing that and being on the same page would help us all out with gym space and stuff like that. And then we can also show up to each other's events and show support in that way as well.
Rick, I remember you talking about a calendar that helps tie all this together. So
Yep.
across all the organizations, which would be quite helpful for all, because there is a lot going on.
Well,
So
and I know I sit on the collab committee that was put together with the Chamber Downtown Foundation, and we have talked about a joint calendar to list everything on, and I know that's still in the works with all of that, but just being face-to-face and really hearing what the frustrations and the joys are, the wins are as well for a community. instead of just hearing it every once in a while on this side. I think would be a better opportunity and environment for everybody.
Thanks, Rochelle.
Yeah.
Any other matters from the public? None being heard. Item 8 is announcements and praise.
Yeah, Bonnie.
Oop, Bonnie, I didn't see Bonnie. You're hiding behind this chair back there. Come on up, Bonnie.
I'm just a little slow. But I'm faster than I was.
Right.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, oh my gosh, did I underestimate tonight's agenda when I opened it? And it's huge. And I guess I question that it's realistic for one meeting's time or the amount of time we usually spend. But I had a little trouble getting it. I got it open, but I couldn't get the documents to open. I couldn't get it to download. And when I finally did, I was like, I really didn't have time left. But who puts the agenda together? How does the agenda wind up there? How do those items get on the agenda?
Well, the public hearings are set prior to,
Right. Some of it's carryover, I know.
correct? Transition team works on what's moving forward through the different committees and things like that. And I mean, overall, it's down to my final call, Bonnie, as the mayor that runs the meeting, so.
And Legal and Finance also has
Also-
eyes on
Yep.
the agenda the week prior to meetings.
Well, the Wednesday prior to the Monday meeting is kind of
Yeah.
through a committee, yep.
Well, am I just easily overwhelmed, or is this one huge?
There's quite there's quite a few things for sure.
Yeah, there are. There are a lot of things going on. And I guess I have to stand with Bernie on the questions that Kevin has asked. Kevin and I don't always agree, but we think somewhat alike. We tend to ask for the same kinds of things, and so I too would be anxious to know what we're allowed to know, because that's still hanging out there. That's an elephant in our room that we really haven't disposed of yet. So I would hope that that's coming forthwith. I'm going to speak up a number of times tonight because I did get through a lot of the agenda, just not all of it, so I'll miss some opportunities. But once again, I think, we have to think a lot harder about how we communicate. There are some things in the documents tonight that you're going to be considering and acting on that are absolute, the epitome of obfuscation. They're just wordy and convoluted to no end. And if you want people to understand what you're doing for them, you've got to speak English. So I would offer that. We have a lot of bones of contention right now. Kevin has been pushing for information that's been a little bit contentious, and he's kind of wound up, and it seems to me, just as an observer, as the devil's advocate, sometimes identified with the devil himself. But I hope that we can strive for civility and respect. And there are a few times when we've come close lately to losing our grip on that, and I just want to encourage more of that. And as I've said before, I'm doing way too much following of the Lakewood City Council, and they are so contentious and intentionally adversarial, and I commend you guys for the nice ways you have with one another most of the time. So thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie. Any other matters?
None being seen. We'll move to announcements and praise. I'd like to take a moment and pray if you'd like to join me. Heavenly Father, thank you for the ability to come before you in prayer. Thank you for the ability to meet as a community. We come to you humble and broken and know that your plan for the Redeemer is in place, and just we appreciate that. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
As I noted before, next meeting will not be the 19th, 2 weeks from tonight, due to President's Day observation. Our meeting will be Tuesday night, the 20th, which means Monday, Rick's crews will leave the trashes alone and double pickup on Tuesday. An added note, which was already mentioned too, is this is Faye's last meeting as finance officer of the city of Sturgis. So we appreciate your service, and you've been here a really long time, and so just wanted to bring that appreciation up, and I mean, give you a round of applause for sure even. With that, if we go too long and our blood sugar gets too low, there are cookies that we have and celebrations. So those are over there on the counter. Any other announcements and praise that needs to be added to tonight? Next item is 9, update for planning and permitting. Mr. Smith has that for us as the department head, and I'll turn it over to you, Dave.
I want to, whoops, let me get back here. Maybe I can get it figured out. It's not cooperating with me. All right, I'll try and keep this as brief as possible, and thank you for allowing me to come up here and make this presentation. First off, it's been a good year for the Planning and Permitting Department. I want to introduce my staff. Everybody pretty much knows them, but we've got Roger Burnham, who's our contract airport manager. Joyce Ehlers is our administrative assistant. Brittany Raggles is our planning coordinator. And Karina Tibbetts is our building inspector. And it's not moving.
You'll be real fast with one slide.
There we go. Just kind of what the duties are. Administrative assistant has been busy managing day-to-day operations of the office, filing paperwork, answering phone calls, preparing documents for meetings, and managing calendars of several different other department staff and the legal team. And our building inspections division between 2022 and 2023, our permits were a little bit up. Last year versus 2023, excuse me, in 22 versus 23, but our valuations were much higher, and we still ended up with 33 single-family home permits with a large amount of inspections completed. 3,766 inspections were completed across those 466 building permits that were issued. As far as contractor licenses are concerned, 22 we had 367, few less in 2023. The fees have not been updated for more than 15 years, and at this time we're not recommending a change to the fee structure. Contractor licenses that we issue include electrical, plumbing, general, excavators, house movers, etc. They're licensed on an annual rolling calendar, so if they license today, they're good for a year from today. Some of the other permits are department issues, come down to floodplain development permits, gas line pressure test permits, grading, fireworks, and pyrotechnic permits, digging in the right-of-way, and more. 2022, some of those were like water and sewer tap permits, on-street storage, and sidewalk cafe permit. In 2023, we had 58 water and sewer tap permits versus the 40. 8 on-street storage permits, and one sidewalk cafe still. Then our department issues temporary vendor licenses. In 2022, we had 759 temporary vendor licenses that were issued. And in last year was 751. So we were off a few, but each one of those permits has to be visited by a member of the staff to ensure that everything is in compliance. In the Code Enforcement Division in 2022, there's 224 code complaint investigations completed. Last year, there was 400. So people are actually calling in more and using the online portal to provide the complaints.
I think citizen serve is what
Yep,
people like.
citizen serve. Yep.
They like sending them that way.
On the Planning Division, this is what Brittany does. 2022, she did 3 zoning amendment applications, 6 zoning variances, 3 conditional use permits, 6 plat applications, 19 different sign permits, development permits, and 15 temporary cell tower permits. You say, well, that doesn't seem like a lot, but there's a lot that goes into getting those through planning and zoning and bringing them in front of the Board of Adjustment. And 2023, those numbers went up and down a little bit, but still quite a bit of work. Our planning coordinator also in 2023 became certified code compliance for our city's MS4 enforcement. She handles all the MS4. In 23, they were reported to 5 MS4 violations. Out of those 5 reported, only 4 were located. But we did also add information for on the MS4 to the building permit applications, so contractors know that we are an MS4 community and what it means. We conducted several public outreaches by issuing a quarterly newsletter to contractors and some youth engagement at Music on Main. So again, in 2023, the revenue that was generated from the various fees collected by the Planning and Permitting Office fully covered all the departmental expenses or budget within our budget. So now we move on to the airport. This is another area that I manage the city's interest. By the numbers in 2023, we had a milestone. We reached 92 based aircraft. To give you an idea, in 2015, when I was given the airport to oversee, we had 43. Our hangar ground leases, we have 38 of those right now, with more hangars being built. There are 6 T hangars that are owned by the city that generate revenue. Total lease revenue for the city is $35,649 a year. We had a record fuel sales this year in our fuel system. Total fuel sales were $269,762 for a net revenue to the city of $85,574. That gives you an idea. We sold 22,989 gallons of avgas and 29,930 gallons of Jet A. We get property taxes collected at the airport. That's approximately $16,000. 2% sales tax is collected by the businesses that are operating at our airport. I didn't get the exact numbers, but it was approximately $18,200. We have a hay lease out there for $5,100 a year. And we have rental cars out there, which we get about $460 to $500 a year in that revenue. And our total airport income for 2023 was $345,067. Our operational costs, this includes fuel and everything, or $318,306. So total net revenue to the city of $26,761 positive. So the airport does not cost the taxpayers any money to operate. Unsold fuel inventory of almost $48,000, which we carried over into this year and we're selling. Some of the projects we completed at the airport in 2023, our AWAS 3P automated weather observation system was completed and has been certified and now is fully operational, providing real-time weather to our pilots. The fixed base operations, or FBO hangar, we began engineering and design for a new terminal. Ours is aging. It's 25 plus years old. And we're going to include a snow removal and storage equipment building. We have applied for a portion of the bipartisan infrastructure law grant. There's $5 billion in there that's spread over 5 years, and that's set aside for just general aviation terminals. This year we received full funding that I requested from the South Dakota Aeronautics Commission to purchase and install the 360-degree weather camera system that'll work in conjunction with our AWAS-3. This will be hosted at no charge to the city on the FAA WeatherCam site, and we'll be the first airport in the state with this system. So with that, the Aeronautics Commission has requested that staff provide a presentation at the 2024 airport conference this year. So I'll be putting that together. Some of the businesses that operate at the airport, we've got Air Repair. They provide airframe power plant services from minor to major repairs. Bailout Aviation's a new one this year. They're providing plane sales and purchasing. CB&B Aviation also provides airframe power plant services from minor to major, and that is our airport manager, Roger. We still have Core Flight Services out there. He has currently now we have three air instructors out there with Reese and 2 others. They're doing pilot training from pilot to commercial ratings, aircraft and ferry services. Max Rentals, our rental car provider, and all these businesses generate sales tax revenue that comes to the city. We have public outreach every year. We generally host about 5 flying events every year. In 2023, we did 5. One of those including our big one is planes and cars that would come out there. These events bring pilots in from all over other communities in the state and other areas, and give them a reason to fly to our airport to come to these breakfasts and lunches. It also encourages the public to tour our airport, meet the tenants out there, the pilots, see locally based airplanes, and an opportunity, of course, to purchase fuel from us. And that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
Dave, there was 2 pieces of rental car. One looked like a $460 profit for us. Is that a city rental car? And then we have a vendor out there that has rental cars?
No, that's just our income from the vendor. They give us so much per vehicle, per rental, just to allow them to be out there. The city does have 2 courtesy vehicles out there that are used for in-town. Pilots take those from the airport into town to have lunch or come in and pick up somebody and go back out. That's where those go. But we have the rental car agency out there.
Yeah, nice, thank you.
Yep.
Say there was one slide that popped up twice as you were starting this that showed manager, mayor, council. What was that slide?
Oh, that was just my opening slide. Let me go back to it. I just took a
Now
picture.
it's your closing slide.
Right there. I just took a picture of the outside out there on the entryway. That's the sign out there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Dave, I just want to say what impressive stats you gave us this evening. The last 5 years, just looking at all of the hard work that you and your department have put into, I really think that we're reaping the benefits of that, especially when you look at our airport. And I want to just say congratulations on being a presenter at this year's conference. I think that it really shows just how much you have elevated our municipal airports. You really have done a lot of work. And, when you hold the open house, I just want to put a little plug in for that. I mean, it's really great. You can go out there and sometimes there's rides for people, and so to just be able to look at all the work that he and Roger and everyone is putting into it, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I've got a great team out there. I couldn't do what I do without the team that I have upstairs and without the team at the airport. They make me look good.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Item 10 is city manager's report by transition team. 10.1 is completed 2023 infrastructure improvements, and Rick's got a brief report on that.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Not going to go into a lot of detail on this report. It was in the council packet. I guess if you have any questions, feel free to ask me and I'll try and answer them. Basically, we broke down what we did get accomplished in 2023. We had several end-of-life infrastructure projects. We had some planned development projects. We had quality of life improvements, and we have preventative maintenance projects, condition-based development, and compliance projects. With that, we probably have, I didn't add them up, but easily, I mean, there's probably 35 or 40 different capital improvement projects that we did either complete in full, or some of these projects, when we talk about capital projects, they go from year to year. So for example, we may have done the engineering in 2023, and then the project will be slated for like a 2024 or 2025 combination to do the construction on that. A lot of times it takes about a year to get the engineering done, especially when we're talking about like our LTAP grants where we're putting in bike paths, things like that. There's a process that we go through in order to qualify for the grant. Then we have to apply for the grant, then we go through an interview, then we do the engineering, then it goes out to bid the following year. So a lot of these capital projects span several years to see them completed. But like I said, in the packet, and you'll be seeing, as we start talking about the goals for 24 and 25, we've put together a capital improvement schedule for those budget years as well. So with that, I would entertain any questions that you have regarding the completed projects.
Thanks, Rick.
Perfect, thank you.
10.2 through 10.5 are payroll situations, so Lisa's going to give us the staff report on that.
Good morning, or good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight on the agenda is Corey Jolson. He is a custodian. That is a replacement position. Laura Abernathy, that is a very, very part-time position. I don't anticipate that being more than 5 or 6 hours this whole entire year for GIS support. And then I have 2 volunteers. One is in the Rally and Events Department, and one is a reserve officer for the Police Department.
Hey, Lisa? So Laura had the position in planning and zoning
Yes.
that Brittany has now.
Yes.
I mean, I realize 5 hours is very, very insignificant. But what's the reason for having the part-time person in that position? I mean, she's been gone now for 2 years.
Yep. It's basically Brittany is learning the GIS system, and so she runs into something she's not able to handle since Laura built the system. It's just having her kind of in our back pocket too, when we have something that comes up that Brittany can't handle, that we can call Laura and say, hey, how do we resolve this, or what do we need to do to fix it?
So we're positive it'll be 5 hours. I mean,
Oh yeah, last year it was I think 11 total for the whole year, and as she comes in, she trains Brittany, so things get less and less. I anticipate this will be the last year. Sorry, Laura. But I anticipate this will be the last year.
appreciate it.
Any other questions? Thanks, Lisa. Item 11 is consent calendar. We have 11.1 all the way through 11.11. Some action, some setting future public hearings. Does council wish to remove any of the items on the consent calendar and discuss them individually? I do have, let's see, which one is, for point of clarity, 11.7 is lifting an open container for the Music Fest, but the information that was loaded into the report was from Fall Festival. So that is the wrong tab in there for what it is, but it's the lifting of the open container for the Music Fest under the regular boundaries. For clarity there. How about anybody in the public wish to remove any of the items? Bonnie, what do you have?
11, 3, and 4.
Any other items requested to remove? Discuss individually. None being heard, is there a counselor willing to make a motion on the consent?
I'll make a motion that we approve except for 11.2 and, or correction, 11.3 and 11.4.
We have a first by Aaron, minus 11.3 and 11.4. A second by Becca. Any last discussion? We do have minutes on there, so we'll take roll call. Preston, we'll start with you.
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
Becca? Yes. I'm yes. Angela?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
Consent calendar minus the 2 is approved. Item 11.3 is consideration, approve, and authorize the city attorney to sign the armory lease for Black Hills Rally in Gold. These were actions that previously were done under a resolution at the beginning of the year, Bonnie. Now that resolution was not adopted by this council, so each action for leases require city authorization and action to do so. In the past, the resolution was, I hope I don't get it wrong, but I think anything under $30,000 could be signed by staff, council action. Without that resolution in place for this year, each individual lease needs to be have action and signed for. Does that answer your question?
Who writes the lease?
The armory usually comes out of the rally and events department. Is that a fair statement, Tammy? Yep.
And also, I'll review the lease each year and make revisions to it, but any substantive, for the most part, the rally and events will fill in the blanks, and we have kind of a form lease that's commonly used.
So it's a cookie cutter. It's a recipe.
It's a boilerplate, yes, for sure. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm kind of focused on process and procedure right now, and it just, there's not much accountability if the same person is writing the lease and signing the lease. There's no oversight, so I just was wondering what generates the lease and where the oversight is.
Yep.
Yeah, Mark usually doesn't have a lot to do with the leases. Normally I.
And it is, yep. Any further discussion on 11.3 and the action to sign the lease agreement with Black Hills Gold? None being heard, is somebody willing to make a motion?
Move to approve 11.3.
First by Dean on 11.3,
I'll second.
a second by Preston. Any last discussion, council or public? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. 11.4 is very similar, Bonnie, for the explanation. Yep. Any further discussion on 11.4 or a motion?
So moved.
We have a first by Becca to approve 11.4.
Second.
We have a second by Dean. Any last discussion? Public or council? All those in favor of the motion to approve the lease, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. Which is the claims. Questions on the claims from council? How about anybody in the public?
I have a lot of claims questions.
Well, you better come up to the microphone. Bring your stuff.
Bonnie Alberts. Was I good or what? I'm looking at page 5, or what we would call 64 out of 185. And there is a line there on, okay, the Fourth Infrastructure and Environment, and it says counseling services through December 31, 2023. Is that a 1-month bill? Is that a 1-event bill? Is that a year's accumulation? What is the date on that range of services? It's under buildings, right in the middle there, first one.
That's a monthly bill.
Monthly?
Yes, yep. That's one of our consultants that we hire to do a variety of work, being that we don't have the city engineer position currently filled. We hire that out to a licensed engineer to do any review that we need.
Okay, and so what building is it on then? Is it,
What building?
I mean, is it just on everything, or?
Yeah, it would be for anything that we need an engineer to review, any plans, any developments, just anything, it's just general services.
So it's just a substitute engineer?
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 6.
Give me the big number.
65.
Oh, I see what you're saying. 65 of 85, yeah. There's the one, Bureau of Land Management, BLM, professional fees, SRP, I don't know what stands for, Music on Main, BLM fees 2023, $3,816.
Tammy's coming forward, but that's for Music on Main bicycle race. Right.
We have to pay those fees to them to be allowed to use the trails for the mountain bike races.
Oh, so it's trail usage. I just want to say an aside, this whole agenda this time for some reason is just rife with acronyms. I would vote for starting a glossary of acronyms that is available at the end of the agenda every time, and every time we come up with a new one, just add it to the glossary, because this makes you crazy when you don't know what these things stand for. There's on page, I want to say, oh, I don't know if I can find this one or not, page, it was the Christmas decor. What does BID mean on there? It was a $10,000 expense.
That's the downtown bid board.
Correct.
It's a funding source that is created by the frontage of each property that's located within the bid district, and they're ran by an independent board and purchase things and provide money for events and things like that that help create activities downtown.
Okay, so if I'd known what bid was, I wouldn't have had a question. Okay, sorry. Then there's one on page 9, which is page 68 of 185, and it's the one to, oops, I may not have that one on the right one. It's the one to the children's home. Oh, no, it's on page 8. It's the first one under police. It's the Children's Home Society.
Forensic reviews.
$300.
We pay them yearly for, they do our forensic interviews with children that have potentially been contacted sexually. So that's part of a deal that, based on the prior years of forensic interviews. So, but it's a fee that we provide for them doing the service.
That's really good. And then on the next page, it says Meade County Auditor, Utilities, $1,340, almost $1,700. Where do we connect with the Meade County Auditor and Utilities? What is that?
That's our fees that we pay for the utilities, our share of the fees in our law enforcement building we share with the county, the sheriff's department.
Oh, okay. Well, when it said Meade County Auditor, it didn't click with me. Okay, so it's shared. Share, okay. And then, just a lot of things caught my eye this time. On page 10, why are there, stick with me, why are there vet bills under police and under shelter separately?
They're easy questions, so I appreciate that. I can actually answer that. This year, starting in 2024, we separated the the animal shelter's budget is separate. Beforehand, it used to be under the police department, and now we're separating that, so it's on a, you're seeing the 2023 bills that are still under the police department, and they haven't been totally separated into the 2024 with the animal shelter being its own entity.
Sounds like a good move. When we get to page 12, which then becomes 71, I started running into Assurance Alliance insurance payments of $41,328. Are you getting out of here? And I just ran into several of them along the way.
Yes, the Sturgis Public Assurance Alliance provides our liability, auto damages, auto liability, and property coverage. And so it is allocated between the different funds. So you'll see it in the general fund in the insurance budget. Then you'll see it in all the enterprise funds for their corresponding portion of that bill.
Is that an annual?
Yes, and it's quite large this year.
It's huge. It's huge, but it's
But we're-
understandably huge when you understand what it is. And I didn't remember ever seeing it before, so when it popped up that big, I didn't know whether it was for the year or just something.
It's
that got
annual
overlooked.
unless something changes and we add a vehicle, then we will have kind of small premiums here and there.
Okay. And then why? Oh, okay, those are the same one. Then when we get to page 77 of the 185, all of a sudden we have liquor again. And that happened another time that I noticed that, and I didn't get around to asking what that was about. But there's liquor at the beginning and there's liquor at the end. What is that telling me?
So the liquor at the beginning is run through the point of sale system. So it's liquor that is sold through the point of sale system. So it's coming right out of their software into Casal. The other ones would be his utilities, and when he goes by something at Rushmore Supplies, something that's not run through his point of sale system. So it's inventory. The first part is inventory. The second living stuff.
Those are all the things that aren't product.
Correct.
Is there a reason they're separated out like that, or?
Yep,
what
because the
purpose
other
does that
ones
serve?
come in imported, and the other ones are put in manually.
Okay, thank you. Page 19, which is 78, I see this one that is Black Hills Energy under special sales tax for $1,700. What is that? What is that?
I believe it's music on the main, no. Not 211, 213. 211 is special sales tax. I believe that's music on Main, isn't it? For 211. Bonnie, I'd have to get back to you on that. Just a second. He's got the budget book here.
So now I see that 211, and I go bing, and I see the 212, because one of the things that I wondered was on the list of projects and stuff there, these parentheses with pound 212.
That's the capital improvement fund, Fund 212, and that's by itself.
So that's telling me where the money's coming from for
Correct.
those items.
Yes.
Yes, it is Rally Point maintenance and utilities. It's the Rally Point
Under
211.
211.
211. And so what is,
211 is a triple B, which is the sales tax, the special sales tax.
so it's paid by the special sales tax?
Correct. It's sales tax. It's that third penny.
Because it's triple B.
You're right.
Okay, you're making me write my own sentence here when I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, thank you. But you are making sense out of it, and that's what I'm looking for. And I think that was it. Okay, that was it.
All right, thanks, Bonnie.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
One comment and one question. Nice job on the coding. It looks like lots of things are
Getting better.
lining up better, yeah. This is a total of $1.1 million worth of expenditures this month at a time that, I mean, any governmental entity, it doesn't matter if it's city, county, school district, I mean, they get their primary payments through taxes, right? Property taxes. And of course, we don't get the main payment for the first half until May and the second until November. Cash flow wise, how are we doing in the early part of 2024 with
We're staying right around that 2 million, so we're holding in here. This is going to take a pretty good chunk out of it, but like I said, I'm not too uncomfortable yet. So, and we have some money that we're applying for through FEMA for like the AWAS and stuff like that. That will be coming in. So as long as that we can keep that kind of money coming in, paying back, and we're hoping FEMA will come through here pretty soon on the 7th Street Bridge and at least give us that cash.
Of course, that will go straight to our line of credit.
And it will, yes.
So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on our cash balance here going forward.
The thing is, we have these projects going on. So, and the water project that's going on, we can, once we get the bond signed, which we're right in the process of doing that, we're hoping to try to get that done before I leave the 15th. Then we can start turning in those bills for the water. And so that'll give us a cash flow also.
Thank you.
Anything else on claims? Is there a motion to pay the bills?
Motion to approve.
First by Tony,
Second.
second by Aaron. Any last discussion? We're paying bills, so we'll go ahead and roll call. Mike, we'll start with you.
yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Angela?
Yes.
I'm yes. Becca? Dean?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And Preston.
Yes.
Bills are paid. Item 13 is public hearings. .1 is an SEL for a fundraiser at the Sturgis Auditorium by the Loud American. All paperwork is included, including the insurance and all necessary requests from the city. Is there any questions on that SEL for particular? What do you have, Bonnie? Come up to the microphone, though.
What's your resident English major again? I would just like to, this is one of those things that you think is petty, but what this actually says is we're having a fundraiser for Loud American. And I don't think Loud American needs those funds. That phrase is in the wrong place, and we do that again and again and again. So I just want to say, we're not saying what we mean here.
So
We're not raising money for Loud American. Loud American is hosting the fundraiser.
no, the special event license is for the Loud American to use at the fundraiser.
Right. but we've got it written that the funds are being raised for Loud American, is what it reads. I just want us to clean up our English. I want us to speak our own language better.
And I think the main thing though, Bonnie, is to keep track that it's the special event license, the SCL is who is it's for. That's what the city action is, not who the fundraiser's for, but who is providing the special event license.
Diagram the sentence, and it doesn't go in the right place. Ruth Eubank would have your hide. And not yours in particular, just ours in general.
So for clarity, what is the fundraiser?
What's that?
Isn't it Challenge for Charity
No, that's
or the gala?
That's the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's really no clarity
That's,
in the request for the fundraiser.
It is for them.
No. But in the paperwork, it doesn't state what the exact event is. It's on the 24th, I think it states.
It was up there. What did it say?
Yeah.
Go back up. Yeah, go back.
Going that way, yeah, it is right there somewhere.
Keep going.
That's the insurance.
One more page. There you go. A little bit further.
Yeah.
Oh, it's for prom. Oh,
Post prom fundraiser.
go a little bit further up. It gives the date. Oh, nope, not too far.
Too far.
Hopefully we're not
It's-
serving prom.
No, it's a fundraiser for
24 on the 24th of February.
224. You said, Faye?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's to raise money for the post-prom activities that'll occur later on. Right. Any other discussion on this SEL? Questions, comments, concerns? Anyone willing to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Got a first by Kevin,
Second.
second by Aaron, third by Mike. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Granted. Item 13.2 is very similar. It is for an SEL for the Charities Gala at the Sturgis Auditorium. Also, the SEL is for the Loud American.
That's all I'm saying, Marcus.
I understand. As I'm saying it, I'm like, that's confusing.
It's just in the wrong place.
Any questions, comments, concerns from the public or from council? All needed paperwork is included. Is anybody willing to make a motion?
Move to approve 13.2.
The first by Dean,
Second.
second by Angela. Any last discussion? Public or council? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. Item 13.3 is Resolution 2024-10. This is Mustang Rally, and Tammy's got a staff report for us.
Thank you, everyone. Get down to the right page here. This is a request from the Mustang Rally for the road closure and the lifting of the open container ban like we have done in the past. We're just taking care of it a lot earlier this year.
And
Do you
without a
guys have
special
it?
meeting.
Pardon me?
And without a special meeting.
Does anybody have any questions? I hate to go through it when we've done this for a lot of years.
No changes?
None.
Any further discussion?
I'd move to approve.
Got a first by Kevin,
Second.
got a second by Dean. Is Mike over there too?
It's okay.
Any last discussion, public or council? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. 13.4 is 2024-11. This is Music on Main. Back to you, Tammy, please.
This will be the same road closure that we've always done, which will be on Harley-Davidson in front of Rally Point from Lozelle down, and then that little bit in front of the bank. And then we'll have the open container like we've always done the last couple years. And do I have any questions on this one?
Public questions, comments, concerns? Anyone willing to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve 13.4.
Got a first by Aaron,
Second.
second by Tony. Got you by Harry Preston. Any last discussion on Music on Main Street closure and lifting of open container? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. Last one in public hearings is 2024-12. Last time to you, ma'am.
This is for the Camaro Rally. Their only difference here is depending on the road construction that's on the Whitewood Service Road. We may have to do something different on that route. They're still debating whether or not they're going to switch the Whitewood Car Show because it's the weekend after this. They were talking about moving it forward. If they don't move it forward, then we don't need this parade. But if they do, then I still need it, and it depends on the road construction, whether I use the service road or use the interstate.
And there was a change.
Oh,
in
and
the
there was a
resolution.
typo
Yeah.
in the resolution. The time for the open container should be 10 a.m. until 12 a.m., not p.m. The request on the staff report is correct. We got a little typo there. It'll be on page 126 of 185 of the packet.
For clarity purposes, the intent of the resolution is to lift the open container from 10 in the morning to midnight.
Correct.
All right.
Do I have any other questions or clarification?
Is there anybody that has a question from the public, comment, concern concerning this resolution and lifting an open container for the Camaro Rally? Is anyone on council willing to make a motion?
Move to approve 13.5.
First by Preston, second by Becca. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Tammy. Item 14 is reports. This is consideration for myself to get authorization to sign the host services agreement with AFTE for the Spirit of Sturgis TT. Included in the packet is the actual host agreement that was put together from our legal side along with the entities involved on the other side. Included in the staff report through here is some of the questions and comments that have come forward through this negotiation. As you read through it, there's makes it clear that the Outer Kind and AMA Pro Racing are the parties to the agreement, and the representations and the warranties of Section 2. Allocations of the sponsorship are satisfied in the revisions. And that's also will have a requirement to enter into a master's services agreement with Outer Kind. There is no more need for the city to present or to have available the race headquarters. It gives the opportunity for the event branded open container cups, and it recognizes that the event organizer and executioner may need a special event license. That shows the proper risk in the desired structure presented by the parties, AFTE along with AMA Pro and their entities. It brings revisions to the event budget to the council to make a decision on if it's necessary if we want to
purchase the safety equipment as a hard asset for the city or not to. And it also mentions the opportunity to include not only our brand of the winged S, but all marks owned by the city within the organization and the event itself. I know there's been some discussion on this, so I would welcome councilors' discussion. Mike, you're reaching for the microphone there, or no?
No, I'll leave it be.
Yeah. I'd open it up for council discussion at this point. Questions, comments, concerns? Concerning the host agreement.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, there's a number of items to discuss. Item 7C, sponsorship. There's quite a few items in there that leave us cloudy. You know, one major question is in item 3, we get a 20% commission on the series sponsorship payable to AFT. Well, how do we even know? I mean, using our own rally contracts, I mean, we guard those with our life, if I will, you know. I mean, how are we ever going to know if it's $1 or $5 million per? I mean, there's a lot of unclear accounting that can happen within sponsorship. When we get into the to other parts of the contract, there's nothing quite as big though as the discussion that goes with the lease or purchase of the fence and air fencing, which appears to not be in line with the state bid laws and be required to be set for open bidding, even if there's only one bidder. It does look like there is some exceptions to that if it's specialty enough, but it's definitely concerning that we have a document titled a professional services agreement. Professional services include, you know, special skills, special knowledge, and those sort of things. But the purchase of hard goods included in this. And again, that's very concerning to the point of, you know, since this was reviewed by our own city attorney, is there confidence in any of the agreement?
I think the agreement is titled, Kevin, the host agreement, which falls under professional services category, is what you're saying. It's not titled professional services.
Well, the document name is Professional Services Agreement, MFM V4 Final.
You know, looking at number 11 on the city event obligations, I guess it's not clear to me that we actually are purchasing any of that fencing. If we are not purchasing that, and it's is it AFTE, are they required to follow South Dakota procurement laws?
I think that the question is answered in the fact that there's a section that states that all state laws must be followed. If
As applicable.
right, if they exactly, I don't know what umbrella they would fall under to say they have to bid this out if we don't purchase them.
Well, again, we aren't purchasing
Right.
anything.
Right.
As I look at the contract.
Right.
No, I mean, I'm not saying anything. We're not purchasing the fencing and the barriers. looking at option A, option B, there's one option was to do the rental. And again, that would be AFTE renting those. And they would be in place, prior to the race. And then at the end of the race, they would, since they're only rented for a period of time, I guess the question would be is whoever they're renting it is going to in place and tear down and remove? Or is the city of Sturgis going to have some responsibilities? The second option, option B, was lease or purchase. Again, they would be leasing that equipment for that 5-year time frame, I'm assuming, or they'd just be purchasing it outright. And then there may be potential requirements for us to store. And then those would be some kind of cost involved in that activity.
Correct. As far as the setup and tear down, though, that falls entirely in their requirements to execute, no matter what option A or B is chose.
So they would provide the personnel if
Correct.
the rental, whoever's
Yes,
not doing that.
yes.
Okay. But again, for B, then, once they tear it down, we may have a requirement to store that equipment.
Correct.
And this is not stuff that's stored in, so is it indoor or
No,
outdoor?
it'd be outdoor. It'd be in the north yard.
And, it says in the agreement where they have access to use that because they purchased it. So sometime during the year, they could use it, or they could use it some other event here in South Dakota. So I'm assuming at that point, then, they would be required to come in,
Correct.
do all the manual transportation requirements to pick it up, take it, and then bring it back.
Correct.
Okay.
City would not be required to do that.
Explain the difference in option A and B.
So basically if option B was chosen by the council, Bonnie, we would own the hard assets of the barriers and fencing and things like that. The other option, it is it's Exhibit A, yep. 13 but basically the difference of the two is the city would own the hard asset of the barriers, or we would just use them during the race and not have that asset as ours.
And then option A, it stays at 654. Option B, it drops 500,000. And I don't understand quite what it's doing.
So there's options if we chose to purchase the hard assets on paying them over time, over the 5 years, instead of paying it all at once. So we would pay the purchase price over the 5 years of the barrier and the fencing and things like that.
What's that projected cost on those barriers?
Well, the first one is 847,000. Wait, going off memory here. Yeah, 846.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's for all the barriers. In option B,
That's included for all of it, correct?
that's everything. That's not.
Yes.
So if you look at, option A is that we would be paying $654,000 each year for those 5 years. And option B, we'd be paying $846,500 for the first year, and then the remaining 4 years each would be $490,000 roughly. Based on this contract, we don't pay anything in '24. The first year would be due in January for 2025, and then that second payment, either 654 or the 489, 490, would be paid in '25 also, but at the end of the event. So we'd end up having, those two bills in 2025.
And the sponsorships that are created because of the event, the entirety of the sponsorship agreement will go to pay the hard costs of the event minus the sales commissions to the appropriate party. So the vast majority of each sponsorship, to its entirety, will go towards the hard costs of the event until it's covered.
And then there's the splits that you see on where it's generated from which side, and who gets the lion's share if it's generated from each side.
And kind of going back to what Kevin was talking about under CC sponsorship, that what the mayor just articulated is not necessarily clear in that sponsorship contract. So that part's going to have to be relooked to kind of fit with what you just said.
To kind of clarify, if you do the math, the lease of the fencing is roughly $92,700 per year for 5 years. And the purchase of the retaining walls and fencing and so on and so forth is expected to be $356,000 total. Again, South Dakota bid law is anything over $50,000 requires an open and competitive bid.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
we've been beating this thing up for weeks now. I can see this going by the wayside because of interaction and public opinion. Would you mind telling everybody what the potential income is for the city on this?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question, Mike, because it's a difficult thing to forecast.
You gotta take the chance. We're taking the chance on the event by
100%.
funding it and funding the staff. The advertising on this is gonna go global. Fox News just picked it up.
Yeah, Fox Network,
Fox
big
Network.
big Fox Network, Fox Television, same channel that plays it has the Daytona 500, the Super Bowl, many great sporting events, and brings millions upon millions of eyes to that viewing from the viewing audience. Which, with that,
Before we shelf this event and the amount of work that's gone into it, I would like to see the income statement for it as well as the expenses.
the income is still in process because
I know.
it's
So
a
what I'm saying is, to the public, I'll vote to shelf this, but this could project a 5-year income for the city of Sturgis and the residents of Sturgis and the amount of funds that we have never seen before.
It would definitely be a large increase in the sponsorship activities that the city of Sturgis has and would be approved to.
It's pretty hard for me to do anything without seeing the entire accounting stream on this. And half of that accounting stream is the income portion. I know there's a lot of people out there that think we're gonna ruin downtown business down, but I can't imagine there won't be an increase in business from out-of-towners coming specifically for the race. We're not closing the sidewalks down, we're just closing a block and a half of Main Street,
Which is already closed.
which is already closed. So what I'm saying is the income potential with this is absolutely unscalable. We have no idea what the income potential is because we haven't got that far with it. These people do not want to share that information with us at this point in time, but we have a sizable portion of that sponsorship money and the advertising money is going to come back to the citizens of Sturgis. Anyway,
And I don't think we can get into the individual contracts, Mike, but as they move forward and as the opportunity to cover the hard costs, that information can certainly be brought forward to the public in each step of the way.
what I'm trying to get across to everybody is there's two sides to this. And some businesses are going to absolutely think this is the best damn thing since sliced bread, and other businesses are going to say no. But over that weekend, they're closed. Over that Sunday afternoon and Monday, they're closed, in most cases, cleaning up the stores, and they could see an entirely new aspect to rally attendees. So, you know, what's this? Yeah. It's okay, yeah. What I'm saying is, there's other pieces to this. I guess I'm the Lone Ranger up here, but I, for one, would not like to see us give an income source away that has the potential to put millions in our coffers over the life of this program. You know, that's sports fields, that's city parks, that's new equipment for the Public Works Department. It's sure the hell not gonna feather my pocket either way. My goal here is to what's best for the citizens of Sturgis. And if you don't take a chance on something, you're never gonna have the opportunity.
Over here, Tom, over here. You know, two things here. You know, first of all, from the contract, and, you know, Kevin has, you know, raised some questions, and I know we've had an opportunity to review this contract over the last couple of days, and we recognize that there's things that need to be done on this. The key thing for the contract, we have to protect our interests, we have to follow the laws, and we have to have, you know, reasonable ways to get out if things don't work out for both that party and us. It's not a surprise to any of my teammates up here that, you know, I don't support having the race. It's not just a personal opinion. You know, I haven't had one person that I've talked to in a month or two that supports this race. But if we're going to have it, I want to make sure that we've dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, Mike, kind of what you're talking about. Understand what all the costs are, understand what the anticipated revenue is going to be. So, I mean, we have an informed decision to make based on that. Again, I don't think anybody really supports this. I think we're kind of out kicking our coverage in terms of what the community is looking for vision and what they want in regards to doubling down on activities during the rally. I don't think there's a problem about having it kind of curtailed towards the end. I know for some people that is a problem, but I don't think that's a community problem. You know, getting sponsorships, we have a lot of sponsorships right now for the rally. You know, I would to expend time to be able to make that rally more efficient, to be able to maximize what those profits are, so there is a benefit back to the community. And then all the other big ideas and all the other times that we spend, you know, hopefully we're kind of doubling down on different initiatives, other opportunities for our community, kind of what you're talking about, Mike, about sports fields, recreations, those type of activities. But at the end of the day, we definitely got to, if we're going to have a contract, we got to make sure that we have all that information and that we're protecting the interests of Sturgis.
Mr. Mayor, I guess just to, I feel like this is something that we can talk about as well. I guess it was my impression from different things that we were told is that there were other businesses that were on board with this, that were talked to by AFT and or the city or whatever those entities may be, but there was support from downtown businesses. Can anybody, and I'm not saying that we need to call people out or say who was or was not, but the fact that there was support.
Downtown stakeholders were in favor of this. And I am not at liberty to say what those stakeholders are.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking. It's just, I guess.
There was the process of one-on-one or small group meetings with some of the council, some of the staff, and some of the AFTE staff, and they met with people earlier in the process.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Kevin.
You know, in addition to the items that kind of been pointed out, you know, another very concerning item of this contract is the payment due date. The fact that if we don't measure up, and of course, we've never communicated what success means. Success obviously doesn't mean repayment of $653,000. I mean, we've got probably I mean, I'm taking a shot in the dark, but $50,000 worth of investment already in staff time and in real hard monies that we're bringing these folks out here and having discussions. We're going to continue to have other expenses over and above. So what is success? And again, how do we, if we don't measure up, this payment obligation is end of January 2025. Requirement of potentially, I mean, we're having an election, a different council, a different budget process, and can be an issue. I brought this question up and I was given the answer that we enter into contracts that obligate councils at other times, and obviously we do, but when we buy a large purchase item like a road grader, or we build a building or something like that, we have a tangible interest in it. We don't have anything but blue sky in this. We are to cash flow time. I mean, just listen to the finance director that we'll have roughly $1 million in the bank. You know, obviously we have money coming in, but early in the year is a hard time for us to manage our cash flows. So if this race is going to be approved by this council, they also have to take care of the obligatory funding requirements that go with it.
Mr. Mayor, I think Kevin brings up a good point as far as not really knowing and other things that he says in there, and this talking about making decisions for future councils. I guess I would lean on you guys as far as your experience for when you went through Harley-Davidson Way, Rally Point, and making those commitments at that point in time based on contracts and money to spend and opposition and people that were for it. What was that experience like for you guys?
It took multiple years for the hard cost to be paid back to the city of Sturgis. The city put money up on the front side, and as time progressed, and Rally Point paid for itself. But yes, it was a multi-year process, to answer your question.
You know, I guess a key takeaway I take from Kevin's comment is, you know, I understand that there's expectations that we're going to get some revenue through sponsorships and other means that covers that cost. But again, it is kind of shot in the dark a little bit. It is kind of a little bit of leap of faith. So the council, when we get into 25, we're going to have to obligate or appropriate funds, you know, to be able to cover down on those expenses. And again, we have to have a balanced budget. So there'll be some things that we may not be able to do until those funds did come through. So, I mean, we can be hopeful, but we also have to, you know, be prudent on the budget and making sure that we account for that appropriation for that amount to come in January and again in August of 25.
Which I think there'll be a lot more concrete answers in the revenue side of things prior to the approval of the budget, you know, in its final form. As this year moves forward, as sponsorships continue to be talked to and inked when it's possible, we'll be able to bring back information that states, you know, we've covered this much or this is where we're at currently. I do believe that with Fox being a part of it, those sponsorships are going to be a lot larger when it comes down to the interactions and the transactions themselves. I also believe, just because of the millions of eyes that see through that network channel, along with they'll be able to talk to people about this upcoming annual or this inaugural race, along with, you know, the second year as I speak with sponsors, because a lot of the sponsors do want more than just the 1 year. So as those move forward, I think it's the city's best interest to continue to update everybody on the progress and where we're at monetarily as a cumulative sum versus, You know, these are the individual contracts that we have, but those can be tracked basically in real time, and we can update as often as needed to understand where we sit financially as this process moves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to get into that July timeframe, and we'll have some insights, and if there are some shortfalls, then we can appropriate that to cover that shortfall, and then if those shortfalls are covered by additional sponsorship, and then we can release those funds to be something else. But we'll definitely have to account for it, though.
Come on up to the microphone.
I read this fast, and I'm not a fast reader, so cut me some slack. But if I understood it correctly, if we garner the sponsorship, they get 20% of it. If they garner the sponsorship, we get 20% of it.
There's actually 3 different pools of money. There's the existing sponsors that the city of Sturgis is contractually already partners with.
But they're for Rally.
They're for Rally, exactly. Those we retain 100%, along with the future ones that are solely for the Rally.
And we're hoping to get those Rally guys to ante up more to include this?
We're hoping that the opportunity to both be partners with the city of Sturgis during the motorcycle rally and to be partners during the event itself, yes, there'll be more money from those existing sponsors, we hope.
So do we share that more money because it's tied to the event?
Correct.
We share that with the other guys?
Whenever it's tied to the event, the 80-20 split goes in the favor of the people that brought them to the table.
And our 80 or our 20 is what we're planning on paying these fees?
100% of the hard costs minus the commission for the sale for the salesman that work the sponsorship.
And I realize there's some other
That
things.
goes directly to the hard cost. So all event sponsorships, whether AFTE brings them or the city of Sturgis brings them, 100% minus the sales commission go to the hard costs first, okay? The 653 if that's the route the
Right,
city
they're
wants.
just making sure we can't siphon off anything we make off of the planning and developing of this to anything else. It goes to
Correct.
this contract.
Not to Sturgis, just to the lumps. Yes.
To pay the expense though,
Correct.
that is
yes.
paid by
That-
Sturgis.
Exactly. That's
So, but that part's that needs to be added to this contract.
Isn't
So
it
it's more.
saying that 100% of our 20s and our 80s have to be paid to this contract? Isn't that what it's saying? Isn't that where the 100% comes in?
correct.
Everything we get from either the 80% or the 20% has to be applied to this contract until it's paid
Correct.
in full.
Yes.
Okay.
And on the flip side, anybody that they bring to the table goes 100% to the hard cost of the event prior to.
But we only get 20% of that. That's only 20% that we're using. for that.
Correct. Yes.
So what are they actually putting in to this event?
They're responsible for the entire setup, the entire race facilitation, the entire breakdown, the sanctioning body. I mean, the actual event itself falls squarely on the shoulders of AFT and their agencies, not on the city of Sturgis.
And obviously, the option B saves us not quite $100,000 a year to go with option B over the 5-year period. But one of the things, of course, the first thing that bothered me is I was afraid you were coming in here tonight expecting to approve this and move forward. And that I found that really scary because, like Aaron, there are a lot of shadows and corners and uncertainties in here. But the one thing that bothers me is on that first page, and we're building a relationship with AFTE. Listen to me talk acronyms when I don't even know what they mean. And our relationship, our commitment to them is based on their commitment to AMAP, which is tied to Daytona doing the right thing, which is tied to Uterkent coming through like they should. I mean, we don't have any strings on these other people. We know what we're about. We know we're right-minded, and we're gonna stand up and do our right thing, but, and I understand our relationship with AFTE, but we've got three more, it's like a pyramid.
AMA Pro is the mother company. That's the majority of what the contract we're tied in with. AFTE is the actual event portion of their different companies. Their structure, the host agreement does contemplate their need to have the proper structure and for the city of Sturgis to have proper contractual obligations and just the ability to work with the right people. But they do have many entities, Bonnie, you're correct. But the structure's in place that it's clear that the city of Sturgis, we're this side and their side is AMA Pro along with the AFTE, along with a separate agreement with the outside marketing agency, Outer Kind. But that structure is what they do. It doesn't have anything to do with us. And we do have the necessary language to tie it all together to protect us.
Well, and I guess that's it. What happens to us if any one of these guys folds, reneges, doesn't do what they say they'll do? We don't wind up with an event and we've made all this investment. I mean, the recourse is legal, but good God, that's expensive. So these are kind of rhetorical. I don't expect you to know the answers, but I say, what about us? What protects us? This is a lot of money, and 125. And I'm not for the event. I'm just worried about the contract. And 125 seems like a long way away, but that's only a couple months after the next rally. So that isn't much time to gather our resources.
And they're currently working on trying to gather the resources. And we'll have a much better understanding here in the next couple of months once.
How soon do we sign on to this thing? At what point are we committed? How soon does that have to happen?
It's pushing the limit as we speak. I mean, the bottom line is there is time constraints of what's necessary to pull this thing off in August. Certainly we drive the bus on what comfort level we're at. I mean, AFT and all the different companies that are involved, they've been very amiable in making sure that we get our requests met as we work through the process, for sure. Understanding that the city of Sturgis doesn't put on races. We are contracting with you to do it yourself. And the city of Sturgis is quite busy during this time of year with our limited staff and resources there. And that's, we've put a lot of the burdens on the companies that do it, and we just have to continue to handle what we're handling.
Well, and I'm glad to know that this isn't the finished product.
This is a host agreement, which states the city of Sturgis will do these things as noted in the paperwork, along with the clarity of what they have to do, which is put on the event.
On this second page, it says compliance with laws, and it says including but not limited to state and federal environmental law and regulations concerning the city's municipal separate storm sewer system.
We're an MS4 community, which has some different requirements. We have to follow the regulations set forth by the federal government when we went into this in the 80s for street cleanup and make sure things don't go into the creek and in the Dead Man Channel and things like that.
So that has to do with the undoing of it.
Correct.
Okay.
And during the process, for example, when there's houses being built or developments being done, you see the sandbags around the water inlets into the storm sewer because we don't want the debris going in there. Same kind of, those are the same regulations.
I do appreciate how much you know about this, and you know, when the questions come up, the information comes out, but you have to also understand how scary it is for those of us, community-wise, who don't understand what all this means when we read it, that this is a lot of money. And I understand what Mike's saying, you know, you gotta take a risk, it has potential for success.
I had the first super bar in town for the rally. I didn't make a living farming and ranching. I made lots of money. I didn't make a living. I made lots of money farming and ranching. What I'm saying is, if you don't take the chance and you forgo the chance, you have the opportunity to make nothing. My whole life has been based on taking that chance. I'm willing to take that chance for this community to grow this thing into a 5-year paycheck, millions of dollars, with the sponsorship rights continuing for another decade. That's what I'm counting on. That's what I'm banking on. That's what I'm here for. I'm the guy that's willing to take that chance for the public because I think it's worth it. We're going to have some hard costs up front, I guarantee. But you never get anywhere without making that down payment on the building you're going to have your business in. Every person in town that runs a business has taken a chance on failure. Every business owner in town takes a chance every year by ordering hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise to put in their store with the opportunity to lose it all for 10 days of rain. What I'm saying is, if we're not willing to take a chance, we have no opportunity to reap the gain. And I'm done talking. I can't hardly talk anymore this evening. What I'm saying is, I think the citizens of Sturgis have taken plenty of chances in the past. Every time we do a rally contract, we take a chance of a 10-day rainout. We're trying to guarantee a future here with another avenue of what we already know and what we don't know how to do best. Our Public Works Department is probably one of the best in South Dakota, if not comparable to the world.
Yeah.
Our police department handles one of the largest events. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better support staff than what we have. Every city employee here is working for the citizens of Sturgis, including the council. I don't make a lot of money. In fact, I'll tell you, it's about 10 grand a year. And I put in probably 50 hours a week doing a city council job. I think it's that important for the people. But I guarantee you, this will probably be the last damn time I run. 12 years is plenty. Anyway, with that, I said no. You can tear it down. You can use hard figures to show namesake. I'm telling you, there's the potential for the soft sell on the income is unbelievable.
And I hear you, Mike, and philosophically and experientially, I know what you're saying. You know, been there, done that. My life regrets are not things I did do, but things I didn't do. So I get that. It's just, it's hard to wrap your head around and understand when you come from my perspective, and I don't know anything about this stuff, but I care about what happens here. So I'm just here to listen and to question and to wonder and to learn. And we'll see where it goes. But I thank you for hearing my voice.
Any other discussion? Bernie's coming forward.
Mine will be simple. One of the things that I was reading on this agreement were tickets, that if it's canceled, whatever, that the city is responsible to take care of those tickets. Okay, in my mind's eye, we're talking flat track downtown, so I'm gonna be on the sidewalk watching it. I need a ticket?
The vast majority of people will be watching it ticket-free and free of cost. In the design of the track, the promoters and race executioners plan on trying to put an area of a VIP, which will have cost to enter for the special viewing area. And that's where the responsibility lies, is on that special area that is ticketed.
Okay,
Yep.
but the majority of it would be open for,
The vast majority of the track is not VIP.
okay, that's all.
Having those areas identified in a track map attached to the agreement would be probably important, especially if we're going to be charging admission on public property.
So the track map is still in process with the race promoters, and it's their responsibility, as stated in the host agreement, to ensure those leases and to execute those leases. It's not anything on the city of Sturgis. So what this host agreement is capturing is the fact that the city of Sturgis will do these things, and AFTE and other entities tied in with them have the responsibility to execute the race. I believe that they plan on coming out very soon and talking with landowners and trying to figure out a track that's feasible. If it's impossible to pull off a track that works for both the event itself and the city of Sturgis, obviously there would not be a race then.
You know, Mr. Mayor, the hard part about all of this, and there was a public comment on our Facebook feed about some AMA racing that's enormously successful, and that's Supercross racing that's seen a 20% increase this year. You know, it's unfortunate that flat track racing is not seeing that same success. You know, I attended the AMA race at the Speedway last year, and I think that we were lucky to see 1,000 people there. The promoter said they had 160,000 views. Sturgis Motorcycle Rally is international. I mean, I think we're being taken advantage of, actually, in this contract. If this was such a good deal, why is an AMA coming and just offering us $600,000, $800,000 just to host it, and they'll do everything? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that end of it. You know, I think I'm the only counselor up here. I don't know about Mike. He's got some age on it, and I think he's been all over the place. But, you know, I've raced on our half-mile track. I've raced at the Gypsy Grounds, both motocross and flat track. And what I'm seeing on some of the social media sites is that even the flat track end of our local club, they're not racing dirt track anymore this season 24. They're actually converting the lighted area of their track to a supercross track. You know, we talk about taking chances. We took a chance on having a Ferris wheel. We took a chance on having a zip line down Main Street. We took a chance on having racing and camping in the city park in the history. Now we're looking at taking a time of the rally when people are coming here for the experience of the Sturgis Rally and trying to change it. And I think what we're doing is we're not realizing who our demographic is that comes here.
I think some of the hopes of the the event itself would help change that demographic too, is what some of the discussion's been through this process. To reach out to the adventure bike side of things and to continue to grow that side of the industry that's pretty infant but yet growing. So I think that's part of what the hopes is, to expand what the rally is to help bring a new demographic that wouldn't be here without the event. So Rochelle was coming forward here.
I have a couple of questions. Section 10 of the contract, it states, is it 10 or 8? Now I can't remember. It states that council intends to use sponsorship money to pay for the cost of the race. Does council have a plan just in case sponsorship money doesn't come for that? Do we know where that money is being pulled from if we don't make it up in sponsorships?
I mean, from the general fund, where the money would come from.
Come from? Okay.
There would be, the general funds created by other sponsorship agreements outside of the event. It's created by property taxes, sales tax, triple B tax, things like that.
So just the general fund. And then my second question is, it was mentioned that Fox Network has picked this up. Do we have a streaming or viewer contract with them? Do we know where they're streaming it, what their channels are? It was mentioned Super Bowl numbers. Super Bowl numbers mix $56 million viewers. We're not looking at that.
Same
but
channel as the Super Bowl, the Fox
it's going on
network.
Fox main channel.
Correct.
And we have an airtime for it.
They have an agreement with the race promoters who have their own streaming section and legal blackouts, or not blackouts, but the airtime that they own. Separate from the city of Sturgis. What we're going to reap is the benefits of the larger sponsorships because of the larger viewerships because of Fox Network.
And does Fox have historical data of showing races like this with viewership and sponsorships? Have you guys been presented with what they've done in the past to kind of show what they can do for us now, or are we banking that it's Fox Network?
Fox Network is what brings the sponsorships
We're banking that
up.
it's Fox Network.
Well,
not-
that's what brings the sponsorships up. The companies that say, we know millions of eyes are going to see our signs. We know they're going to tie us to this event that's shown on Fox Network.
Okay.
It's simply the broadcasting of the event, not any sponsorship with them.
Okay, and it's literally going on their main channel.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. And the last thing I'll say is, Mike, you mentioned taking chances, and I am one that I'm a business owner downtown Sturgis. I was talked to. I'm not a fan of the race. That's okay. I don't have to be. But at what point do we take a chance on our community members? At what point do we say, okay, we believe in that you guys will help us create the community with shopping local, spending money in towns, their kids going to our schools. When do we quit taking chances on rally and tourism and start taking chances on our community members? Because I really feel like, and if you look, an overwhelming amount of people do not like the idea of this race for whatever reason. That's their opinion. But they feel like they're not being heard, and that the city council does not take what they want into consideration at any moment. So to say we need to take a chance on this for profit or return possible, we really need to start looking and take a chance on what we already have and looking at us 350 other days of the year, because we're here and we're willing to put our time, effort, and energy into our community if we're allowed and backed.
I'd like to comment on that. I think that you can look at what the city has done as far as our revolving loan funds, which we give to businesses. They can use to help their exterior. The bowling alley, the city was involved with helping keep that local and not being sold for another rally building. I think that you can look at last year when we gave funding to our rodeo booster club, and there were other nonprofits that we gave to that came because of the increase that wasn't quite expected from the sales tax revenue. I think that you look at, and if I remember, this will kind of hit close to Rochelle's, passion. 2019, the city, while I was new to council, we offered Sturgis Soccer $100,000, $85,000, something around that. So I think that it's really not factual when you say that we don't support the community, because I just find that that really hasn't been the case. Now, again, those go to businesses, those go to nonprofits that help support children. We also help, we support the Sturgis Area Arts Council. We give them a yearly, that's in our ordinance. So I guess I feel like when the comments made that, the city does nothing for the citizens, that just rings a little hollow and it rings a little false.
I will take that back. I will say that is probably a little harsh on my end. Frustration led to that comment. And I will say, as it does touch close to my heart, because I've been on the soccer board for a few years now, and I was back in 2019, there was money that was promised to Sturgis Soccer Association that the amount has changed over the last 7, and Paul is here, 7 years on what it was going to be given to us. At one point, it was $225,000, and that has changed with even my time of leading the Sturgis Soccer Association, and I think now it's at $125,000, and it's dictated to only update concessions and bathrooms down at the soccer fields. So that money actually hasn't been given to Sturgis Soccer.
Right, because it was denied, right? I mean, you all said you weren't ready to take it.
We can't
but
update
it
our
was offered.
concession
I mean,
and
there
bathrooms
was
due to
funding that was
floodplains.
offered.
We need to
correct? I
talk
mean,
about
that
the
was-
host agreement, you guys, not
I was
into
going to
this.
say we can't, due to floodplain issues, we can't utilize that money for what it's for. So I will apologize for stating that I feel like council, or that I say council doesn't support the community. I feel like actions over the years show there's lack of support, and I think that's a better statement. Is there nonprofit support and revolving loans for businesses? Absolutely. I'll be one to sit here. I was on the backside of the bowling alley deal. I know how that went. I listed it. We kept it in with Max. I'm one that got one from SEDC for my business in town. I know you guys do things, and I know you guys don't ever get credit for what you do, and that is not fair to you. But in a moment like this, when we're looking at multiple millions of dollars for 5 years or over 5 years, was it 3.2 million in a 5-year term if we don't make the sponsorship? I think harsh words can be said, should be said, so we can take a little moment of internal reflection and see what's best for everybody involved. So I do apologize for being harsh. Right.
Thank you.
I just walked up because I was called out on what I was saying to myself in the back. And here's my thought of what I was saying. So number one, to expand off of what Rochelle says, this body, at one point in time talked about giving us a loan and helping with facilities and then took that back. That is kind of what she's referencing. But I look at items 14.2 and 14.3, which is the municipal goals and objectives that follow this conversation here. If we're banking on this, then we should be planning on the benefits of what we're going to get for it. There's nothing in those goals that talk about improvements to facilities. There's nothing in those goals that talk about improvement to facilities for youth or change. So if we're so confident, let's add them in here before we approve them and move on. That's what I was saying to myself. So if we're going to go on hopes and dreams, put it on paper and then guarantee it and make it a reality.
Any further discussion on the host agreement with AFTE and entities? I think a summary, as part of the discussion, some further, Rochelle said it in 10, I think is where she said it was at one, but talking about the sponsorships go towards the hard costs prior to any other place. But there's been discussion through here on making that more clear, I guess. It's actually under 8, yep. Any other discussion? Anybody willing to make a motion of any type?
Motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to table this contract until it's, we've been out an opportunity to rework it and relook at it.
Second.
We got a first by Aaron and a second by Angela. Do you think that those 3 points, Aaron, are pretty the substantial clarities that come forward is?
Tonight's really the first night we really got to talk about it. And, obviously I reviewed through it a little bit this weekend. I talked to Mr. Marshall before, I'm not always the sharpest tool in the box when it comes down to legalese, and so I have to sit down and think through that. So there may be some more opportunities to look at it, but the key thing is that when it comes down to the bid process, if this applicable if they're purchasing, they got to use state application, the state laws. We have it in there. We just got to ensure that happens. That one where it talks about having us, it takes a mutual agreement from both parties to exit this contract. That's a little concerning because it's mutual. Now there are some things where it's pretty obvious, where both parties are going to probably say, "Yep, this is not working either for this year or for the duration." But there may be situations where one party just doesn't feel like it's working out for them, but the other party may not necessarily feel the same. And so again, it's a mutual agreement. So maybe spelling out maybe what that would look like. What would be reasons for this to be a mutual agreement? To be able to, because again, it's a little bit ambiguous, and again, we just can't exit a contract based on what our thoughts are. They have to agree, and it's mutually agreed. But the rest of the stuff, yeah, Mark, I think that would be good if we could get that in there.
We have a first and a second on the floor to table. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. So we will continue to work and bring that back forward again. Item 14.2 is discussion and setting the municipal goals and objectives for 2024. Lisa is coming forward for this staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I drew the short straw for the transition team, so I am presenting the municipal goals and objectives for 2024 that we've been working on developing, as well as proposing to you for your discussion and review. As you can see in the council packet, quite a few of them are pull forwards from 2023. They're projects that we didn't get to or that were punted for various reasons. I do want to clarify, there's update policy and procedure manual, and then there's update the city's administrative policies and procedure manual. The first one is the council. You guys had discussed creating a policy and procedure manual that would govern your body and how that would function. And then the other one is more the administrative policies that the city staff utilizes to kind of carry out day-to-day operations. So that is the difference between those two, if there are any questions on that. And then the new goals are adding on several things that have come up through discussion through the council, as well as things that are on our time horizon that are either coming due or needing to be dealt with this year. So, and then the other piece to this is at the very end, implementing the capital improvement plan for 2024. So that is also attached to your list of goals, and that's been worked on by the Infrastructure Advisory Committee, as well as with a lot of input from our Public Works Director and staff to develop that for the 2024 based on the funding projections that we believe we have for budgeting for next year, or for this year, sorry, for this year. So that's taking the budget that we've got as well as the funding sources and basically figure out what the projects are going to be. So that is also attached for your consideration and review.
Okay, the mayor has stepped away and given me the gavel. Are there any questions regarding the goals and objectives for 2024?
You know, I'll kind of restate what we said at the very beginning with the goals for 24. And again, 2025, we're going to be doing our comprehensive plan, which is our strategic plan looking out 20 years. And I started thinking about this when Rochelle came a month or two ago, talking about a committee. And it's got me thinking a little bit about, you know, the best thing about doing a strategic planning is your engagement with the people in Sturgis and all the different stakeholders. And, you know, one of those things is sports and recreations in terms of, and doing analysis and having a group of people start this year looking at where we're at, what are the shortfalls that we have, and kind of project 20 years into the future, what is it that we would like to what we would like to have. And again, that's not just, you know, it's not Black Hills Trails by itself, it's not soccer by itself, it's not baseball by itself, it's all those different stakeholders kind of getting together and kind of looking at that picture of what right would look like. And then when we get into 2025, when we start really getting into the comprehensive plan, and we've already got some information to start with to understand what our current environment is and what we want our future environment to be in, you know, 20 years from now. But the more that we engage in 2024 with these different stakeholders, I think is going to set us up more for success to do that better next year, and then also ensuring that we have, you know, buy-in from our community. So I would add in the preliminary actions, engaging with the population on these different areas in preparation for our comprehensive planning next year. On the goals, yeah.
What do you think, just adding that language to the pulled forward one from previous one with the comprehensive plan makes sense? And second to the bottom on the
I thought comprehensive plan on the 25. I know we have it on
unfinished.
25 also, and I know financially we're not really able to really tackle that to 25. But again, I just think there are some preliminary actions that we can take up front.
Know what I'm saying?
Engaging with the population to be able to kind of have an idea, roughly at least, of where we're at, where we want to be.
So like under unfinished 2023 initiatives, I think is what the mayor's saying, just say begin stakeholder or engagement with stakeholders in preparation for the 2025 comprehensive plan.
Roger, Lisa.
I'm interested in talking a little bit about the existing goal to realize Richards property residential development and more how it centers on just, if you will, our development, when there's a whole lot of other development potential in our community. We're weeks, maybe days, maybe even hours from having a new housing study released.
That's actually not scheduled until April.
Till April?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it's still soon, but I'm just not hours.
Hours, okay, well.
Weeks.
It's close.
They're just finishing up their stakeholder meetings this month, and then they're going to go number crunch, and it's tentatively on our schedule for the first meeting in April to have them present to council.
Yeah, I was gone in a gap in there right after we had that meeting with them, so I kind of got lost on.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's on track for that first meeting in April.
Well, and Aaron, in line with what you said, you know.
Bonnie, you better come up to the microphone if you're going to speak.
Doing things and involving the community, it's not just about information and keeping them posted, it's about their participation. And there is really no better way. Like with this project, we seemingly kind of ran forward and the offense is already in place. But in the future, what you're talking about is the SWOT analysis. And why not do a community-wide SWOT analysis? Why not involve neighborhoods or multiple meeting times or whatever, where we actually get the papers on the wall and generate it?
Yeah, what Bonnie's talking about SWOT, you got strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and training, or threats.
Strengths, opportunities, threats.
So those are
And-
things that when you're looking at your current environment, you kind of look at those, you kind of brainstorm what your strengths are, what your opportunities are, what those threats are.
Strengths, weaknesses.
Yeah,
We were missing the W.
weaknesses.
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities.
And so that
and
kind of allows you
threats.
to understand your environment. And then based on that, when you're looking at threats and you're looking at opportunities, then those are things that you're trying to, identify what that looks like in 20 years. Then the plan itself are those actions that we will implement to be able to achieve that outcome. But you're exactly right. And it's about engaging with people to help have an understanding of what that SWOT looks like, what our current environment looks like.
And it helps me understand too that what I see as those components may be different than what my next door neighbor or my third neighbor down or the guy on the other side of Junction sees. And it gives us that opportunity to say, why do you think that? Why are you seeing that in that way? And we just have yet to truly, we think engaging the community is getting people to attend events, Music on Main, whatever. And engaging the community really is getting them to participate in the process. And there I go, on processes.
And I guess for points of clarity, during the comprehensive plan, there is a lot of public hearings and different kind of meetings like that. But I don't think it hurts anything to start that sooner than the actual process. And with the comprehensive plan itself, we're kind of stuck with two options at this point in time, and the reason that it's pushed back from 23 to 24 and possibly 25 is we have option A, which some municipalities have gone with, and they go with an outside firm. They go out to RFP. They pay a couple $100,000 to an outside firm to put the comprehensive plan together. Or we can use the Black Hills Council of Local Governments, which we're already a part of. Way less cost, harder to get on the schedule with their busy schedule and their limited
they basically
resources.
told us they're not available at 24, but
Right.
probably next year we'd be able to use their services then.
Yep.
And again, I don't think that's really a bad thing, as the more I've been thinking about this. Long as we start the process engaging and, and having a better idea of what people think in our community across those different graphics, those different interests on where we're at and where we should be, where they think we should be. And again, it's going back to what Bonnie is saying. It doesn't matter what I think that their vision is. I don't think it's really, what you think, Bonnie. It's what we think together is what we're trying to accomplish here. And again, 2024, what better opportunity to be able to than now to have those kind of conversations.
Let me say again. This pops up every now and then, but as often as I'm here, as hard as I try to follow, you guys are on the inside of it and have all the information and are committed to getting that stuff read, and I just try to get it done. But I just read something this week. I thought your work sessions were closed. I just read that the other day and realized that I can't participate, but I'm welcome to listen.
Exactly.
And it would be, I would ask a lot fewer questions here if I had been there. I just didn't know I could.
Got
And
one
so-
coming next meeting.
Pardon?
We have a work session coming next meeting is the plan, so.
Uh-huh.
I think what she's saying is she won't ask a lot of questions if she's not allowed to ask a lot of questions.
Well, and I understand that when I come through the door. But that's not the case here. But if I understood better, I wouldn't have the questions to
You'd
ask.
see the process with the council.
And I just don't think the invitation is out there like we think it is. And we think people are disinterested, we think people don't care, and they just don't know how it works, and two, they don't know they're welcome. I didn't know I was welcome. I thought that was a private party.
You're welcome, Bonnie,
Thank you.
along with everybody else.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Kevin.
I could bite my
to
tongue.
continue the development discussion, I truly think our goals need to be centered on our developer checklist and our TIF checklist that is absent.
And that'll come up at your work session on the 20th. So that'll actually hopefully be done very shortly, but we can add it to your list.
Well, I think it's very important because it leads to all development, not just our own development. As far as the Harley-Davidson contract, this is brand new. When is that contract expired. How long is it good for? So there is no impending need to renegotiate it in 2024.
Well, it will end the end of 24, so you'll want to negotiate it probably.
80-yard shot in the dark.
So it expires at the end of the calendar year, more than likely. Well, we should actually be setting goals for that. I mean, that's a pretty big piece that we use for connected to our rally point and whatnot. I mean, there should be discussion on where we want to go, define the goals. And then as far as another new item is development assessment policy for cost sharing of future capital improvement projects. I mean, what we're really talking there is moving costs to residents in some cases. Stormwater is one of them.
You know, I'll take the hit on this one. This is probably on me from Infrastructure Committee, and I'll take this one because I think it's a good thing. One of the things that we have been challenged with is in infrastructure is that the size of the problem outweighs the amount of money we have to be able to take care of those projects. And so what I've asked the staff is to look at what options would we have as a council to be able to do those projects. Now, some of that might be, you know, grants, low-interest loans, is it bonds? Again, it's not about trying to raise taxes. It's just about trying to find out what all our options are. Because again, when I look into the future, if you look at the infrastructure plan we got for 24 and 25, but we didn't do much for 26 and beyond for a couple of reasons. One, we wanted the comprehensive plan, once that gets established, that will kind of inform what our priorities are going to be in 26 and beyond, also within our goals and objectives. So that was really on my ask to the staff, was if they could, you know, sit down and look at what those options would be. Because if you look at the means of finance for capital improvements, and you look at the money that's coming into our enterprise funds, and you add all that up, then you start looking at all the projects that we have on the books right now, and then the projects we know they're going to continue to come up in the next 5 years, there's a delta. And now, again, part of that is we'll just have to manage risk, and we're not going to be able to do everything that we want. Rick's done a really good job of prioritizing projects, you know, in terms of higher priority, like public safety, compliance, you know, end-of-life things versus, you know, something that's lower priority in some sense. So, again, that was really kind of on me to be able to, for us to be able to look at what those options would be and to figure out what would be the best for the community of Sturgis to be able to take care of those infrastructural projects.
Any other discussion on 2024 municipal goals and objectives?
Is there a difference in those update bullets? Policy and procedure manual, administrative policies and procedures?
Yeah, the first one is the council's procedures for managing their own work, and then the other one is the city staff.
Are the other two the same?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was on there twice. Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was on there twice. Yeah, it's been on my list for a while, so. Sorry.
So one is city and one is council and the other is just extra?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
You know, I will kind of put a shout out to what Lisa's been doing. You know, these goals, you know, have not really been done just in a vacuum, you know, with the city staff. I mean, we have a lot of discussions in the different committees that we have, and we're talking about things that we want to do in a couple of years from now. And Lisa does a really good job of articulating that in the ways that, well, here's some things we probably should do this year to set the conditions for you to do that the next year. So Lisa, I appreciate that. I know in the infrastructure committee, you are always listening to what we're talking about and trying to find those activities that the staff can do now to be able to make those things a reality. So thank you.
This is the transition team. You got to give credit where credit's due. This is coming from the transition team.
But you're the one there at my meetings listening and writing it down, so.
Yeah. So just to summarize, Mayor, we're adding begin engagement with stakeholders in preparation for the comp plan in 2025, finalizing the council's TIF and developers checklist, and then negotiation goals will be determined for the Harley-Davidson contract.
Those are the ones that I've heard for the changes. Council have anything else to add to that? How about any other discussion from the public?
Land Water Conservation Fund.
It's tied to federal grants over the years where you have to dedicate property to recreation.
Or parkland.
Or parkland, yeah.
And the city entered into that agreement 80 years ago.
That's Rick's.
Oh, sorry.
No, Rick just knows all about it.
But it's been a long time. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
It goes back as far as when Titan Field was built and the Sturgis Airport closed when it was on the fairgrounds, if that puts a date to it for everybody. The WCF at the fairgrounds was put into place when the Sturgis Airport closed and took its sock down from the Sturgis Fairgrounds. If that dates me, I'm sorry.
Any other discussion?
There's just so much to know, to do what you guys do.
A lot going on for sure. Anybody willing to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
To approve the municipal goals and objectives for 2020
With the
additions.
with
And
the
Becca,
changes.
and that does include the acceptance of the capital improvement plan proposed for 2024.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a first by Becca with the additions that were discussed, and Lisa has notated.
I'll second that.
Preston will second that. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Opposed, a no. Those go ahead, Mike.
I'm going to abstain from that because I don't know how we can meet our objectives, so I'm just going to abstain.
So we have that motion carrying to set the 2024 municipal goals and objectives. Item 14.4, item 14.3 is those objectives also into 2025 that we are aware of at this point in time. So back to you, Lisa.
Yep. So the council has asked for the 2025 budget cycle to establish the goals prior to really setting the budget. And so this is a much shorter list. We do anticipate that there will be goals from 2024 that will carry over into this, from this list that you just approved onto this 2025 list for various reasons. But the comprehensive plan, as Councilor Jordan has mentioned, is one of the larger components of that. The 2025 will also be an 85th rally, which, as you will all remember from the 80th, is a little different and a little crazier than a regular year. And then we will have the Land Water Conservation Fund, the LWCF conversion project, making that come into completion. There are some outstanding Lazelle and Junction Avenue corridor studies, and so really taking a hard look at those next year as we look towards longer-term capital improvement planning. So that's on the docket for next year. And then the capital improvement plan for 2025 is also attached, and that's on the second sheet of that as well. And if there's council initiatives that need to be considered and added to the list for budgetary purposes, it would be helpful to have those at least started if they're going to be a goal.
Not
We
sure.
can kind of account for them.
That might be a good thing to talk about in May.
The staff was working towards a budget cycle a little sooner, but we can shift that. I mean, it's,
Well, definitely we have items on the capital improvement plan that the staff can be working on, but setting goals for an entire different council.
Well, I think we were talking about the budget process.
Right.
kind of updating that. So I don't see where that would necessarily have to be postponed, because then you're saying, well, 2026 will be when the,
Well, shouldn't we included that in the 24 goals? I mean, I agree. I missed that myself.
And I think further action can happen for the 2025 goals from a different council and as more things come into clarity. But as stated, we kind of wanted to start this budget process earlier and have an idea there.
Yeah, and I'll take some ownership on this too, because, you know, we've had this conversation, and I've been pushing pretty hard for us to, you know, start the budget process early and allow time for engagement, all the activities they have going on, and kind of, you know, so we have an understanding, and then we can make sure that, you know, that budget meets what our priorities are. And I've talked a little bit with the transition team on this at the meetings there. Part of that, when you do a budget like that, you need to provide some kind of budget guidance out to them. You know, what we want is for the, you know, when the city staff is kind of taking our priorities and looking at what our goals and objectives are, and they come back with a budget proposal, you know, the initial draft, we want that to be as kind of close to as we possibly can to what we think is right. And it's not going to be, we know there's not going to be completely there, but if we give no guidance whatsoever and they come back with something that's totally different, well, that's on us, not on them, on the staff. So to me, I would even recommend that we do this sooner next year. We always got to get our headlights out farther as a municipality. We can't just be looking out a month or two. We got to be looking out a couple years. And I recognize that there's other members that are going to, people coming in to be council. However, you know, doesn't take away our responsibility to be able to look out there and kind of set that stuff in motion. Now, when new councils come into play, based on, you know, all the discussions that we have in those elections and determining the direction of our community, there's always opportunities to come in to make an adjustment. But I think we work with what we got. And if we want to get ahead of the process, instead of waiting till the end and not necessarily having the time to do this the correct way, we got to start a little bit earlier. So again, you know, providing some guidance out there with our objectives and goals, I think, is real critical, you know, to get this process going and to be able to meet the timelines that we've kind of been trying to, you know, we've talked about in 2025.
Is there a motion in there, Councilor Jordan? Which certainly can spur more discussion if needed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd make a motion to approve 2025, and I would agree though with, you know, with that. We understand this is really early, and again, it's our goal to get our headlights out there. I mean, we're still working on getting our headlights out farther and farther and farther out there. To me, it's just one of those process improvements that we'll continue to work through. But I think it's a good start. You know, the comprehensive, the capital improvements, this is something that the infrastructure committee has worked through quite a bit, working with Rick and his team. You know, worked with the finance, with Adam, trying to understand what our means of finance is and tried to be able to meet, you know, again, hit those priority projects that we had for 2025. So, again.
We got a first by Aaron on the floor to approve this version of 2025 council objectives and goals. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'd second.
A second by Dean. Any further discussion? Public or council? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed, a no. Any abstentions? That motion carries. Starting the framework as we move forward with that motion. Item 14.4 is first reading of, during the agenda setting process, the agenda was amended to take this from first reading to a discussion prior to first reading. This was a work session topic at the last meeting. But Mr. Miller, I'll turn it over to you to start our staff report and start the discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted at the work session, South Dakota heavily regulates the transportation network companies, commonly known as like the Ubers, the Lyfts, those type of companies. The city's passed ordinance a few years ago with the goal of regulating those, and a lot of the ordinance essentially states the statute verbatim almost. It's almost a mirror image. So a lot of the regulations are almost redundant with each other. And the city's regulations have kind of, I don't know, if it seemed like Uber and Lyft had some heartburn with the potential fee structure of it. So they completely backed out of offering services within the city and have blacked out their app. The city staff recommends that if we repeal the city's ordinance, this should open up the opportunities for Lyft and Uber to come back within the city. While this will decrease our regulations, the state regulations are still more than sufficient to ensure that any Lyft or Uber or rideshare company operating within the city is safe and running with very strict regulations, such as vehicle inspections, driver background checks, various insurance requirements, and things of that sort. So by repealing this ordinance, this entire chapter still maintains a high level of safety within the city, but then opens up various opportunities for additional transportation options, additionally potential part-time job opportunities for people within the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Eric on the discussion of repealing Title 37? Bonnie, come on up.
Can I just yell?
Yeah, I'll repeat it so they can hear it on the.
Why does the second line say appealed, but everything else says repealed?
That's more than likely a clerical error.
Don't fight the English professor.
Yeah, this might have been from long hours and.
Any other discussion? Council or public? None being heard. The plan would be to bring this forward at next meeting to have first reading of the ordinance of repealing Title 37. No action necessary on the discussion. 14.5 with the amended agenda is also discussion on the ordinance 2024-02. And I'll go back to you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The ultimate purpose of crafting pedicabs, which is essentially kind of bicycle taxis, I don't think I made that very clear at the work session. But these generally operate in the evenings during the rally. I don't believe they've operated really any other time of year. The current license structure is based off of how we regulate motor vehicle taxis in the community. So while there's some overlap, there's a lot of gaps in those regulations that could be specific for the pedicabs. One big issue that we're running into with the pedicabs is the number of cabs are creating obstructions. There's some of them not following the traffic laws. They're obstructing kind of roadways and sidewalks and various odds and ends. One of the goals of the proposed ordinance is to create a chapter for pedicabs exclusively that goes through and more surgically regulates pedicabs and provides the specific limitations. Also, the proposed ordinance reduces the number or limits the number of pedicabs that can operate in the city based off of 10 licenses. So that would only allow 10 pedicabs to be operating in the city. And these licenses function all year round, so they can operate generally anytime they want. However, vast majority of pedicabs, if not all of them, currently operate only during the rally. But the goal is to limit the number of pedicabs that's operating to prevent and increase safety and prevent potential for future accidents. A revision from the work session to this version is there was heavy discussion on pedicabs operating throughout the non-rally times as a means of trying to address that, where we can, because a lot of pedicabs are from out of town. They generally want to pick up the rally license, or, I mean, it's a year-round license, and currently it is too, but they generally will only operate during the rally. By crafting, it's essentially a temporary conditional license that operates for 5 days. It's $25 for the 5-day period, and they can operate during any other event or just in general in the city. So this can expand the number of licenses well beyond the 10, but it still works to address the congestion issues that are common during the rally. So it provides some alternatives. And temporary pedicab, say if a pedicab doesn't get one of the 10 licenses, they have the opportunity to get multiple 5-day licenses throughout the year. So they can operate generally any of the major events, the Camaro Rally, the Mustang Rally, Music on Main, and various other events. The biggest limitation with those temporary is the city won't allow or provide any of those temporary permits in between July 15th and August 15th. And that date range is generally a common range that's used in various ordinances, such as the temporary vendor ordinance. There's usually kind of a blackout period, or like I think the mobile food vendor has that same similar blackout period. One key aspect of the pedicabs is trying to the fairness of achieving the licenses. Obviously, when the number of potential licensees outnumber the license, we have to develop a fair method of trying to distribute those licenses. So in the ordinance, it's drafted to mirror the city's process, how we handled the medical marijuana dispensary licenses, where we run through a lottery process using random number generator and then kind of provide the licenses based off of the numbers drawn. Believe that's the primary highlights. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have one. Go ahead. Do we know approximately how many pedicabs are here during the rally?
I think 17 last rally.
Okay.
17 companies, or are they licensed independently? Individually?
17 individual pedicabs
Okay.
for last rally.
With the temporary license.
They could have multiple drivers per that vehicle.
Yep. Correct. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, as part of the process, the pedicab drivers have to meet certain requirements, including background checks and things of that sort. But they have to list the drivers that will be operating with that pedicab.
With the license.
Yes.
So it's 10 licenses, 10 drivers, and
No.
10 pedicabs?
It's essentially 10 bicycle cabs.
So only 10 pedicabs?
Yes.
For
But
vehicles.
each pedicab could have 5 different or however
Yeah.
many they
Each
would
pedicab
determine
could be
to.
operating 24/7 during the rally,
Okay.
if they choose to.
And do we think that by cutting it down by 7, that will ease congestion, or
The 10 number is based off of kind of recommendations from, I think,
Okay.
PD and various other departments
Okay.
on just trying to find a happy medium where it decreases congestion, but still doesn't limit it to basically eliminate pedicabs in the city.
And pedicabs are allowed in the streets, right?
Yes,
They
they
are
would
legal to-
operate, essentially, they'd have to follow the same traffic laws and function similar to bicycles. I believe they cannot. I'd have to, I mean, I think in the regulations, I have it to where they,
They on the side streets.
Yes.
They go on the side
they-
streets.
they,
And alleyways.
yeah, I don't recall right offhand if,
Past practice and discussion is to
because I
help
think I
keep
just,
the flow.
in this section, I just have pedicabs are prohibited from blocking traffic, waiting for passengers, or picking up, dropping off passengers on Main Street. I don't believe there's a specific prohibition for, say, operating down Main Street, like just driving down it, but they can't stop and pick up passengers. And
Can
do
you tell me what section that is again, please, Eric?
It'll be 370312, Section N.
Okay.
I believe it's in a resolution for your street closures every year. Trying to draw from memory here, but bicycles are not allowed down Main Street during the motorcycle rally unless they're being walked, and same with skateboards or anything that's going to impede the traffic of pedestrians.
Yeah, it's 370312N.
Say, Chief, would it be beneficial that these licensed pedicabs had their license number displayed large enough so that your team could see that from a little ways away anyway?
I think if it was similar to our going blank now, golf course or golf cart, it'd be feasible. And those are similar to a motorcycle license plates, and they're supposed to be affixed to the rear portion of their golf cart. So, you know, if we had something similar like that, it'd be nice. In years past with the taxis, when we had permits, they had to be displayed in a visible place, and a lot of them put in the back window so that we could see them, so that we knew when we had a license that also had the gold star, if I remember correctly, that it was to certify that it was a legit city license.
I know city staff, I've been discussing kind of that option with city staff, and there's been some ideas tossed around of potentially having certain colored license plates that we would hand out and then expect to get back, and then they would have to fix those to the pedicabs. And then we would just cycle through the different various colors, so then it's just a quick reference, kind of like the registration tags on them.
Right. So do we need to include anything like that in the ordinance, or is that procedural?
I think that would be more procedural, just kind of figuring out the nuts and bolts, because there might be a little bit of a learning curve on, okay, what's best, what's works, what doesn't. But I think as long as the ordinance requires them to have it kind of within view or attached to the pedicab, I think that would be sufficient. The actual nuts and bolts is more of just administrative.
Question, Eric. Are we licensing the vehicle or the individual?
The vehicle.
Okay, agreed. So they can operate different drivers 24 hours a day.
Yes, they just have to have a listing of the drivers, because there's various requirements, like they can't have any major traffic infractions like DUIs or reckless driving and things of that sort. And they can't have more than, I think, 3 minor traffic violations like speeding and things of that sort within the last 3 years or something.
Are we taking applications from a company or from the individual?
I mean, I think either, if they're operating, I mean, whoever's essentially owns the cab would put in the application.
How many applications can they put in?
If they have 10 cabs, they can put in for 10 cabs. I mean, it just depends on how many separate pedicabs that they have.
Becca, you had something?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, I had a question. Going back to this section 37.0312N, pedicabs are prohibited from blocking traffic, waiting for passengers, or picking up, dropping off passengers on Main Street. I'm recalling a discussion where, didn't we also talk about the safety issue at Lizelle and Main around the Iron Horse, where they wait kind of out in that intersection? And so do we need to maybe also list that area, or is Main Street sufficient?
So Main Street's, the main area is the main establishment, so, you know, at the late hours, 3rd and Main's probably the hopping area, so we have them park off of 3rd Street in the fire lane or up against a barricade, so they're out of the way. And they were blocking and impeding pedestrian traffic, and so that's why we've had some issues, but it's really bad, like you mentioned, at Lizelle and Junction at the Iron Horse, and we continually have to chase them off of the sidewalk. They block all the pedestrian traffic, and we do have some taxi area bus stops that Public Works has put up there, and we've been trying to encourage a lot of, whether it's taxi or whether it's just a friend picking up a friend, but utilize that area as well. But unfortunately, it's been a work in progress.
Okay.
Do we have the opportunity to limit the number of times they get that they occur a violation? So what I'm saying is, if a particular driver violates something 3 times, he's not removed.
I believe it's written in the ordinance or under there that I have the authority to revoke anybody's license that I see fit for safety issues or multiple violations, and I've threatened to do that in the past. In fact, that's kind of what brought this to the forefront here. Some of the issues, trying to get some teeth, some ordinance-wise, so I have something in my back pocket to make sure that I can enforce it. Wise man told me make sure I have a law in back pocket before I go start dealing with people. So that is my goal, is to have this in place and address it. And I've addressed it with every single business owner of the pedicabs last year. I think there's 3 or 4 of them I talked personally, and one was very workable, was a great guy to work with and took care of his guys. The other ones, yeah, it was a work in progress.
Because the ordinance provides additional discretion to Jody and the other PD officers. Essentially, if they opted to, they could revoke the license for the first traffic violation. There is that opportunity, but it leaves Jody and his officers discretion to determine when they can pull it. I mean, that's essentially kind of how Jody wants to run the program.
If these guys would just simply obey the normal traffic laws, they wouldn't be a problem. But they don't. They're special.
That goes for a lot of our attendees or anybody in day-to-day traffic. You know, even myself might be a little lazy sometimes and violate a law, but sometimes that's easier said than done for.
Understand. Thanks, Chief.
So is the license display listed in one of these,
There is a mention that they have to have it within view. I have to figure out exactly which provision it is. Yeah, all pedicabs must display a valid license issued by the city on the pedicab.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Read that multiple times and didn't see that.
Eric, and I might just be dreaming this up, but I'm kind of recalling that there is a limit per state statute to the requirement of insurance. Is that correct? Does the $1 million fall within that? I'm sorry, I'm trying to look up that codified law, but I thought that we had that discussion previously when we talked about Uber and Lyft, or I'm sorry. I'll look for it and email you. I apologize, but
Because, I mean, generally Uber and Lyft, I I'm not sure if there's a specific limitation, but generally the city really can't regulate the insurance for Uber and Lyft. However, under taxis, the city has significant flexibility.
Okay.
And that's why there is such a big difference between taxi regulations and Uber and Lyft.
Okay.
Is because the city has pretty much been granted just free reign to do whatever it wants, and the state really doesn't interfere with the city's regulating of taxis.
Okay.
I know most insurance for this type of things usually require 1 to 2 million. So I
Okay.
think where the set it is about comparable to what's
Okay.
normal. I'd have to double check the statutes to
Yeah,
see what limitations
yeah, and
are.
I'll email you offline about that. I apologize. There was just something that kind of, flickered in my memory. Yeah, thank you.
Any other pedicab discussion? Again, plan is to bring it forward for first reading at next council meeting, I believe, with the process of discussion, first reading and second reading if council so desires. Thanks, Chief. No action required on 14.5. 14.6 is consideration to approve resolution 2024-15. This has to do with the revenue bond, and Mr. Bush always brings up our final staff reports as past practices, so he's got a couple in a row here.
We do up for consideration tonight is a resolution that would authorize the issuance and sale of revenue bonds. This is for our SRF loan for our sewer improvement project. And then that is followed up by actually authorizing the surcharge, which is then used to pay those revenue bonds back. So the first action, this is what we need to have happen in order for us to close out, or to close on, not close out, but to close on that SRF funding package.
Any questions for Rick on 2024-15?
Mayor, I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
On, again, we looked at this process application back, I think, in late 22.
Yep.
And, I think some lessons I've taken out of what we did last time that I hope that we do better in the future is that, this one is looking at, it says that the issuer finds that the acquisition and construction of the improvements will benefit all present and future users of the system. So you're identifying who's going to be helping pay this low-interest loan that we've got from the state over the next 30 years. That's that $11.10. So we applied that across the whole community. But we haven't always been consistent in doing that. We've had other neighborhoods where we basically put the whole cost of that infrastructure on a smaller portion of our community. And what we've been doing, I think, lately is trying to spread across the whole community. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that approach, but as we spread it across the whole community, we still have some neighborhoods that have surcharges that are pretty significant based on the infrastructure projects that were going on that just that neighborhood is being charged for. So they're being charged for a project for their neighborhood, but they're also being charged for a project in a neighborhood across town that doesn't really impact them, but we're trying to spread the cost across the whole community. I think when we do these in the future, you have options on how you're going to pay because when you get an SRF loan from the state, it's a low interest loan, and it was a good deal to get this loan. We just need to really look at all our options and how we want to, where the skin in the game is going to be able to pay for that. I think in the past, at least just looking at it for the recent past that I have experience with, is that I think we just kind of do it a certain way every time, except, again, that neighborhood here about 5 or 6 years ago, we did it a different way. So if we're not going to be, I think we should be consistent, but I think as we go into the future being consistent, we should have some empathy for these other neighborhoods that have some high dollar surcharges that the rest of the community is not going to be having. So I just think we need to, A, look at our options, and B, take a look at how we are being equitable when we're putting those surcharges out there.
Any other discussion?
Is the bond amount going to fund the entire project?
Should.
So we don't have to put any other monies into this?
So basically what we do is when we go and get that SRF loan, I mean, what you're doing now is you're authorizing for all intensive purposes the state to put out those bonds, and then we're pledging the surcharge to pay them back. That surcharge will and probably should fluctuate over the years because you're gonna, as you gain new users, you can take a look at it, and all we have to do is maintain 110% of what we owe left. So you're able to, you can reduce that at some point in time, or you can pay it off quicker. There's a couple of different options that we can do in the future, but if we just solely made, we didn't grow and we made based on the users we have today, that's what we would need to charge in order to pay that off in 30 years.
I thought at one point, and I don't, maybe I'm mistaken, but, and maybe it's tied to a different part of a connected project to this, but there was $1 million worth of wastewater funds.
So that's a part of the developer agreement and the TIF that the council approved for and I don't remember the number of it, but for the, wasn't the Hidden Hills, it's the Hidden Estates TIF.
Okay. You know, it is a tough deal. I mean, I think Aaron is referencing, you know, probably the southwest corner of town on some of that. I mean, Murray's still dealing primarily with a $25 surcharge. This amount's going to take it to more than $83 a month for sewer fees. And that does not factor into us the cheapest place in South Dakota to live, the spreadsheet that we pull together. I mean, so that's tough on anybody in those neighborhoods that are living on fixed incomes. And I think it also, if I'm not mistaken, is it the Glover Edition as well that has a surcharge, or did they not pay?
I think just the only one that I'm aware of is Murray Edition that has its own separate. The rest of our surcharges are citywide with all the users.
And those trunk lines allow development further to the west, right?
Correct.
It runs through.
Any improvements we make, I mean, you know, all of our sewer, of course, we're gravity fed, so everything comes to one of 2 points. We have 2 points that the entire city at some point in time comes to, and then when it hits those 2 points, it goes into our interceptor lines out to the wastewater treatment plant. So anything that we can do to alleviate any of that pressure on those lines is a benefit to the entire city. No,
Yes.
that was an example. That's the surcharge is not $80. The surcharge will be $11.10.
The surcharge, along with all the other wastewater surcharges in that neighborhood, including the base fee, is $83.30 or 40 cents.
So the Murray edition turned out that each household had to pay $4,300, and that's where the $25 comes in each month. It was about $43.35 or something like that.
I don't believe that wasn't even a surcharge.
It was
That
not a
just
surcharge.
That was a city project.
It's a city
and
project.
that was the assessment
Right.
that came up with it.
Correct.
It wasn't a surcharge.
So that's on their tax bill?
No.
No.
It's on our water bill. It's on the water bill.
It's just not a required, anytime we get an SRF loan, which on that one, we didn't get an SRF loan, we just set up our own repayment process for that project.
Right. I don't have any other questions on the actual bond. When we get to the surcharge, I'll.
Sure.
So any other discussion on 2024-15 resolution that places the bond, sales revenue bond, for the project?
That Murray Edition charge, was that due to annexation?
Well, no.
It was putting in the lines up there.
After they were annexed.
Right, the lines.
That was part of when we bought the Murray water and we replaced, then we had to replace water, and at the same time we did sewer. And
Right, after the annexation.
Yeah, just maybe, Mr. Mayor, just a comment on this, and again, you know, you've heard me say this many times tonight in other meetings about infrastructure and where we sit and the amount of challenges we have versus the amount of revenue that we have coming in. And, you know, over the years, a lot of times when we got these SRF loans or we have a surcharge, we'll add a surcharge, but then we'll also come back on this, on the fee and reduce it by the same amount. So it you know, it's not, it doesn't have an impact. I guess my concern with that, and I understand why we do that, because we're not trying to raise taxes at a time when inflation was going up and things like that. But the more that we do those activities, the bigger that delta gets in terms of what we have for problems and what we have for revenue. Because that revenue is going into those enterprise funds, water, sewer, and that money helps us maintain those infrastructure and can also be available for us as we develop new infrastructure. So there's, again, construction infrastructure is never free, and it's always getting more expensive. And again, it's always trying to be able to find a middle way, you know, identify our priorities, and try to, you know, to make it as palatable that we're not impacting our citizens where, you know, we're driving them out of our community. But there also has to be a balance on trying to get those projects done too. So again, I think as we go forward, I mean, yeah, have those discussions, but before you make a decision, make sure you fully understand what the unintended consequences are, those second, third order effects when it comes down to that. Because again, we have, you know, you look at East Sherman, East Main, we have a lot of projects. We got stuff coming up on Junction, on Lozelle Street, that are coming up. And again, there's not money in the bank right now, and it even is projected in the future to take care of all of that. So we're gonna have to prioritize, but again, you don't want to take more money out of your opportunities to be able to take care of those things, because at the end of the day, I think that's what people want, is they want to, you know, have good services and they want to have good infrastructure.
Any other discussion? What do you have, Bonnie?
This again is a language issue, but I'm confused because 101 says the city of Sturgis, South Dakota, parentheses, the issuer, and then down below in 1.04, between the South Dakota Conservancy District and the issuer, parentheses, the loan agreement. So is the issuer the city? Is the issuer the loan agreement? Who is the issuer? I think the language is getting tangled up. So anyway, there's some things in there that need to be sorted out.
This is a template that comes directly from our bond people in Minneapolis, Dorsey Whitney. So this is something that comes directly to them. This is what we've always used for our bonding.
So the issuer is the South Dakota Conservancy. I mean, what we're doing is we're authorizing them to issue and sell those bonds, and then we're pledging to pay them back.
And I get that.
So
But
we
you-
don't have anything to do with issuing them. That all goes through them, and they put them on the market, and they find the buyers for them.
Then you can't name the city of Sturgis as the issuer and then turn around and name the loan agreement as the issuer. I mean, I don't care who wrote it to begin with. I mean, you got to clean that up because it conflicts. And then in the sentence on the next page, it says covenants and obligations of the issuer as set forth in or required by the loan agreement. And on the previous page, we just said the loan agreement is the issuer. So, I mean, you know, you can grin all you want, but it conflicts. And if we keep signing off on paperwork that doesn't say what it needs to say, sooner or later, you're gonna get tangled up. So, that was my issue. The issuer.
Any other? Go ahead.
Does that need clarification, Eric?
For the bonds?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'd have to double check it. I'm not sure exactly where we got the language for that.
Dorsey Whitney.
Bonding agent.
I would have to look into a little further to make sure that everything's correct on that, but. Because I'm not exactly, I haven't had a chance to look over it.
So, but as the resolution comes, the agreement comes forward from them, Faye, right? From the bond.
Correct.
Yep, from the bond attorneys.
We didn't draft this from them.
Right.
That doesn't make it right. I mean, at 1.04, it says revenue obligation, the issuer, parentheses, the loan agreement, and then even farther down on here, it says the loan agreement, parentheses, the bond. So is the loan agreement the bond, or is it the issuer? I mean, obviously, there's an error. And so, Eric, I think it's for you to clean it up. I mean, how long has it been since somebody actually read this template that's been used and reused and reused?
Yeah.
I read.
Because I can look into it and then touch base with Dorsey Whitney if we need to.
Search for the parentheses and you'll find the problems.
Any further discussion? Is anybody willing to make a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve. Still got to go look at the language, what Bonnie was saying, but, I feel comfortable with what we have right now is what we've had in the past.
So first by Aaron to approve resolution 2024-15. Got a second by Mike. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed to no. That motion carries. Item 14.7 is a tied-in action, resolution 2024-16. Rick touched on it already with the fact that this is how the loan is paid back through the guaranteed surcharge of 110% of the amount owed. And that's how the bonds operate and get paid in full over a period of time. Anything to add, Mr. Bush?
No, just that, when we went in front of the water board, that was the deal that they gave us was, a $10,339,000 loan at 2.125% interest for 30 years. We didn't get any grant money on that particular SRF. And we do have to have a 10% debt reserve. So our monthly debt costs are going to be about $42,752, and that's based off of, at the time, 3,855 accounts. That's how we drive the surcharge of $11.10.
So this is the same project?
Correct. Yep.
Not in addition to the.
No,
This
this
is
is the repayment of those,
Yep.
the pledge to repay the bonds.
The first is the loan, and the second is the repayment plan.
That's why they're revenue funds. We take the revenue to pay them.
Rick, will this one go down with more rooftops like the one in the past?
It will, and it
Okay,
should. I mean,
okay.
the more rooftops we have, the more we spread it out. We would, I think Faye probably takes a look at them every year on whether or not we're able to, and I know in the past we have lowered surcharges.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, we got new houses, right? And they're gonna.
Correct.
They're gonna share with the paying this off too, and so you're gonna have more households paying it off, so it should.
Correct.
As long as we keep that 10% in there, then we can adjust it to that, as long as we keep the 10% there.
We just can't go below it.
Right.
Yeah. And that formula is done every year and then sent to them. In fact, it's sitting in our office right now to be done, so, for 2023.
Do we do the resolution every year?
No.
Only if we change the rates, there would be more action.
Faye, I've got a couple of questions about what looks to be like some discrepancy between the staff report and the actual resolution. In the staff report, it's under discussion. It says that utility account large users would pay additional proportional surcharge equivalent to their large water usage. But the last part of the resolution says, does hereby adopt a wastewater surcharge of the amount of $11.10 per billed account.
And then the commercial ones are different accounts, so that number would change.
So the larger, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, so if it's a larger commercial account, it actually counts as more than one
So, yeah,
account.
Your,
That's one-
your wastewater is based off of your water usage because we don't track wastewater. I mean, we don't have flow meters everywhere. So we base it up based on the amount of water that you use. Large commercial users of water pay a higher rate.
That's not how the resolution reads, though. It says 1110 per billed account.
But the large users then equate out to, you may be 2 users,
Right.
depending on the consumption of water.
So it's not, that's 2 individual billed accounts? I mean, I guess the way that I'm reading it is a large user is 1 billed account, and they would pay 1110.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
No. And this of course comes from Dorsey and Whitney too, but like the last one is the wastewater project one. 1685 is the basic one, and then it goes up in size to 3310. So this would be the same way.
Well, I'm wondering how a large user is supposed to calculate this. I mean, this is going to be a pretty big change to some large users. You know, the school, this is unbudgeted for, and it's going to be pretty big number. So how, once again, how do they decipher based on this resolution that says 1110 per billed account?
Well, each account is different. There's a commercial account, and then there's a residential. So it's based on how the bill is, what it is.
So you're saying the school would have multiple accounts to receive?
Well, yeah, it would be more expensive than 1110, which it should be because they're using more sewer than we are. As a single residential, I mean, you wouldn't think you would charge the school $11.10.
Well, I mean, do we? Right, is it on units or?
I can go back and look at the one we did for the wastewater, the treatment plant, and see how that is written, if it's written any different.
I foresee full meters on the sewer.
Well, it'd be
Let's hope not.
It'd be worthwhile on some because, or at least meters for irrigation, because we're having people pay for nice lawns, wastewater charges.
So essentially that last one then, the 11 per billed account, that is just resident accounts, if I'm hearing it correctly. That's not commercial accounts. So again, the resolution, but they're gonna get the increase also. So we just need something to add another whereas, or whatever, to incorporate those commercial accounts and whatever that amount is, or however that would be defined.
Yeah, we can find out how that is and put that in.
Is that something we do right now, or do we table this then until we get it right?
Well, this doesn't take place until April 1st, correct? So, I mean, we could table this and get it straightened out, because April 1st is when we were gonna start billing for it.
That sounds reasonable to me, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody willing to make a motion of any sort?
I'll make a motion to table this.
Second.
Got a first by Aaron to table and a second by Kevin. Any last discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
The motion to table is accepted, and we will come forward with that resolution in the near future. That brings us through to the public session part of the meeting. Item 15 is executive session. Anybody willing to make a motion?
So moved.
Got a first by Angela and a second by Becca. All those in favor of the motion to go to executive session, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Opposed to no. We're going to exec. It's 10:19. We'll start as quickly as we can.